Oh, I've been gone for 5 minutes and the stream breaks down. Luckily, I've managed to see that soon. Okay, should be back online now. Everything should work. Sorry, I hope you didn't miss much. Let's see what happened. Paul still in the lead. Holding on. He has to pit in the next 1 or 2 laps. Judger in second position. Ouch! 3.5 seconds of time penalty. That hurts, and he definitely has to pit that lap. Jules closing in. But it's still a long way back. Gap should be around 10 seconds though. Personal best of 20.1. Good to see. Zucker in 4th. Also penalty. Good lap time though. Not anymore, I'm afraid. Confi 27.8. That's a good gap, but he needs that gap. As I said, he's doing one more stop than Q Master, and he needs about 45 seconds. There's one Group 1 car behind him. Not sure. I think it is COC. Yep, COC Georgia. Who has a whopping 4.4 seconds time penalty. That's a lot. Ouch. So he's going to the left side of our picture, right side on track. And the funny thing is, as you can see now, a Group 1 car that is burning penalty is about the same speed as a Group 3 car. Really funny. So, what do we have here? Tyler has to burn a penalty, and that allows Q Meister to go back into 7th position. So, close fight there. Johnny has found some pace. If we look at the lap times, slow first lap, but then a 56.4 personal best. Almost replicates that with 56.8 and then 57.0. But this lap slower again. That should be a high 57 or a low 58. Let's see. Charteras went into the pit, so Jules in 2nd position again. 58.2, not a bad guess. So Jules' 2nd position has Confi ahead. No troubles with lapping or fighting an RRC car this time. 54 seconds is the gap to Paul. Paul has to pit this lap. We see there's almost no fuel left in that Toyota. Bye Slim, greetings. Yeah, thank you that you enjoyed. I'm not a native speaker, so I hope it's bearable. Yeah, the race is not as action-packed as I would like, but it's more of a strategic one. As you know, there are different strategies for Group 1 and 3, and definitely will be interesting to see where Confi will come out against Q. Tyler has a word in that battle too, and in front I think it's pretty good chance for Paul to win that, but Jules and Jar Jar are fighting for that second spot, so I hope as the stint goes on, it will be more action-packed. And then we have obviously the last stint as well. Look at that. Fuel 0.1% left, laps remaining 0.0. Absolutely nothing. Great calculation. And that will work out for Paul. We see Jules just briefly after Indianapolis. I think Anar's corner's name. Doesn't have a chance to get back into the lead. Jar Jar obviously now with a big gap to Jules after his pit stop. Crucially, it's under 45 seconds. It's 35, but he cannot afford to lose much more time. Otherwise, Jules will stay ahead when he does this exit spot. Jules is shown as P1, but yeah, it changed, as we see here. The black and red car out of the green one. Confi pits again. That was a strong stint from him. He did 3 55s in a row. Remarkable, that's really strong. Had a bad lap and then a 56, which is okay. Strong stint. And where will him put that? Obviously behind those two. Tyler has managed to crack Zhang Q for now. I wonder if those two will help each other or fight each other, because they're fighting ultimately for a position. But this is 1 hour 20 until the final result of the stint. So there's a long way to go, and they could work together, give each other a slipstream, then overtake, and one person gets the toe and then overtakes, and the other person gets the toe, and that ultimately helps them in the fight against Confi. Let's see how they handle things now. Thank you. Obviously, with a lot of slipstream, has the overspeed and bumps Tyler ahead. So that's really obviously that Zhang Q has no interest in fighting. He's interested in working together, make the most of this situation, and work together as a team to get forward. And that's really clever driving. I like that. Obviously, Tyler is doing a lot of the work now, and Zhang Q can use the toe. He paces back with bump drafting, but I think Tyler is doing a bit more of the work now. And I wonder if he says, okay, I did the work in this lap or on those straights, and now you have to overtake me, which sounds a bit weird, and give me the draft, so I can save some fuel. It's going to be interesting to see how long this alliance lasts. Or if we see a surprising attack move to get in the lead and drive away, don't give the other person slipstream. For now they work together, which is great to see. In the background you could see Confi. The gap is 12 seconds and they are now equal on remaining pit stops. Confi has to pit twice, Zenq Meister and Tyler has to pit twice as well. The difference is that Confi has a strategy where he can push every lap, while Tyler and Zenq Meister have a more conservative strategy and have to save some fuel to get longer stints. At the moment, it's definitely looking good for Confi. 12 seconds with almost half of the race still to go. Looking good. Zenq didn't have best lap times in the world, but it seems that he catched himself and is delivering now, looking much better. Obviously, taking full advantage of this situation. But saying this, also have the brains to know what's best in the situations. And this way you get quick lap times. 56.4. Personal best. Well done. Tyler. No! No! Confi has left the room. Johnny? No. No. Please. Something's happened. Shit. That's unfortunate. F! Big F. Seems host lost connection. And now we are exactly where we were with Stint 5. Okay. I'll be somewhat silent for a moment as I check Discord what happened and how we continue now. Hi Monsterkiste. Ja, Disconnect vom Lobbyhost und der hat dann alles mitgerissen. Setzen jetzt eine neue Lobby auf und fahren dann das Rennen anteilig zu Ende. Also wir hatten eine Stunde 40 gefahren, eine Stunde 20 sind noch zu fahren und setzen jetzt die Sachen auf und dann geht's hoffentlich schnell weiter. Ja, müssen wir gucken, dass jetzt alle zusammentrommeln. Ich denke, 5 Minuten werden wir auf jeden Fall noch brauchen. Monsterkiste DLL Jules. DLL unterstrich Jules. So, grid is already reconstructed. So lobby should be open any minute now. We will join and then race again. Well, at least I have time now to get a drink. A-Player, was meinst du mit der letzten Nachricht geschrieben haben? Ach so, so meinst du das. Ja klar, eine Sekunde. D, Großbuchstaben. L unterstrich Jules. Das meintest du, oder? So, ich habe jetzt lange nichts mehr gehört. Ich frage nochmal nach. Dauert etwas länger, tut mir leid. So, man sollte vielleicht auch mal keine 2 Minuten warten, wenn man alle 10 Sekunden aktualisiert. Dann kommt man auch weiter. So. Na, Confi schreibt gerade im Chat. Er hatte gestoppt und die anderen noch nicht. Das benachteiligt ihn natürlich. So Confi just write in chat that he pitted, the others didn't, and we reconstruct the grid to the time where everyone disconnected. So Confi's at a small disadvantage here. Yeah, bit unfortunate. Not what we are looking for, and it's really disappointing that Gran Turismo is not working reliably enough. And quite frankly, worrying that they want to continue with this system. If you don't know, the current system isn't over a server. It is a player-to-player connection. So each and every player is connected with each other, and not to a server directly. And this connection is better for Gran Turismo, obviously, because they don't need as much servers as they would need if every person in the lobby is connected to a server, mainly. If they would invest in servers, we probably could have even greater lobbies. And then you could say, okay, what is possible? 25 players, 30, 35, and that's a bit frustrating that the game limits us, and it's okay with having a worse alternative, which is not as good. And today showed that again. After the last round, Fuji went really good. No problems on technical side, but really frustrating. And you put so much effort into this thing. Plan, organize, bring all those people together, and try to offer something which is completely unique. Gran Turismo isn't really made for endurance multi-class racing. You have to work around that. You find solutions for that. You find what other problems are. You work hard for a rule set for that, and quite honestly, it fucks you over, and that sucks. We had a great race with some strategic elements. Yeah, the disconnect threw that into the bin. We will have the remaining laps now, but everyone basically starts from zero. We have 23 laps, which are including one formation lap, so 22 race laps. So this is more of a sprint now, not initially what we were looking for, but yeah, something we have to deal with that now. Okay, Jules just wrote in chat start 11:49, which is in a minute. And then we continue. Someone is on track. JR chilling a bit. Yes. Give us this. Give us that engine for the views. Getting some extra practice. Okay, final started once more. You're probably familiar with the procedure. Formation lap, one lap. At the end of that, we form a queue with a certain speed limit, and the leader of each group can freely accelerate, and thus starting the race. Time to get the information back. Display all. Yep. At least that looks good. We have no problems. Everyone gets off the line, which is good to see. No additional throwbacks thanks to having another reset. Okay. If you didn't notice, the grid order is the same order the race that got cancelled due to the lobby error. But we don't have the gaps now, so it's basically a soft reset, or more of a hard reset, honestly. So Paul is still in front of Jules, but the 10-second gap he had is gone. So that's good for DLL, obviously. Something similar happened the stint before. Then it went the other way around. Then we lost 10 seconds as DLL. So hopefully, all in all, it equals out. That would be the dream. But yeah, that's really unfortunate because some people got hurt more or a bit less than others, and yeah, it's not even, and that's disappointing. But we're continuing on now. Confi is one driver who suffered from that, leading in 7th position, Group 3, but he pitted a lap or maybe 2 laps before the crash, and now he finds himself back in P8. It looks like racing, but they're really on the formation lap. Paul leading, and then we have Jules and P3, 4 and 5 are really close to each other. Tyler is the leader of the Group 3 cars, and either way he's planning to extend the gap even more, or he didn't get the memo that there should be a gap about 30 seconds, but he's slowing down now massively and increasing the gap, so he's going to do that just now. So I never used that really. If you're interested in seeing that, please write it in chat. As you can see where the drivers are on the map. Group 1 coming to Indianapolis. And we see a small gap, which hopefully increases for the start, so we can catch both starts. Start of Group 1 of the LMPs and the group of the Group 3. Excessive tire warming and a lot of weaving from Paul, making sure that everything is up to temperature, because opportunities are running out to do this. After these segment of corners, we arrive to a point on the track where we determine that you should no longer do such things. You get information. At this point, the leader is slowing down, everyone gets in line. Group 3s have a decent sized gap. Paul is really taking his time here. And now we're going to start. Bit over speed, now he's decelerating again. And now we're green again. Paul has started a race. It seems like that Jules hasn't got the best of starts. He's probably going to lose one position. Has the inside though. COC tries to hang on the outside, managed to do so and pushes him a bit wide. Our player makes up 2 positions for me. I thought it was just 1, but our player got 2 positions and Soccer close to Jules. And Jules is going to lose another position. Has the outside for this corner, can't do anything. What did Group 3 do? Zhang is looking for the move, but has avoided. Tyler in the lead. Then Zhang Confi in 3rd position in this group. Then we have a small gap already. Johnny in 2nd last position in this group. And JR in 10th position. At front, Paul impressively leading by almost 3 seconds ahead of COC. Not for long though, as our player takes the lead ahead of Jar Jar and making that a 1-2 RC. In the background, Jules was attacking Zocker. Zocker didn't got the corner right, had to cut it and rejoin the track. Lost momentum that allowed Jules to overtake, but Now Zocker has the slipstream. Slightly ahead was Head, but he's having the outside for 2 corners. Well, he outbraked himself and lost momentum. And that's crucially more than he wanted to lose, because he's out of the slipstream window. Back to the Group 3 cars. Tyler is leading the train. We drive 23 laps in total, but it's going to be 2, maybe 3 laps less for these guys, because they're going to be lapped by the Group 1s. So it's more like 20 or 21. So ideally you're going to drive 10 laps and 11 laps and just do 1 stop, because you can't make up another stop. If you have to stop twice, you don't make up this time loss. And I think this is exactly what's happening here. The drivers are aware that there's going to be only 1 stop, and they can't do anything others. They have to save fuel to make it to 11 laps, at least 10 laps, and that's why we don't see much attacking at the moment, but rather queuing up behind the guy in front of you to get the maximum out slipstream and tire saving. I think Confi is going to lose 1 position here, or can he hold 8th place? He can, just ahead of Johnny. Not great start for Confi, lost the momentum. He has more pace than Johnny and should be able to get away from him. Not for the moment, at least. Thank you and Tyler are fighting. Nothing, no difference at all in fuel consumption after the first lap of racing. Let's see what the Group 1s are doing. We see Jules maintaining that lead over Zocker, but the gap stayed the same. Stayed or stood? Stood the same. Stood. Our player in 3rd position, in the meanwhile, has lost 2nd position and slipstream to Jar Jar. But I have to say something. 6 seconds after 1.5 lap of racing, that's effing impressive by Paul. Obviously driving on his own, no fights behind him or in front of him, just be able to give it everything, but 6 seconds ahead is impressive. Wow, we're in the 2nd lap of the race basically, and you can't see the follower drivers in the same shot. It just, he's just driving around the corner and you see in the background, there's someone. Impressive start. And Jules has a big problem. He can't get away from Zocker, and Zocker in the slipstream is going to overtake Jules at this rate. I believe Jules has to save a lot of fuel, thus is not able to hold the same lap times the other drivers are capable of, and because of this finds himself fighting for a yeah, to holding up for the 4th place. Yeah, hi Kim. Yeah, we can talk about that later, but yeah. Our player seems to have made a mistake, lost ground, gap to Jar Jar is 3 seconds. Jules behind by 1.3 seconds, and I wonder if Jules wanting to fight Soccer, or if he has to give in and take Slipstream. If he's not able to get our players a Slipstream. Let's see what the gap is evolving. It's coming down a bit, but not enough. Simply not enough. Group 3. Tyler is leading by 1.5 seconds. Confi managed to close the gap to ZenQ and overtook him. That went surprisingly quickly. ZenQ also used more fuel than Confi, so that's good news for RRC. And Johnny behind that, somewhat still in touch with that group, but he needs to increase the pace, otherwise he's losing that touch. And JR, not a great first lap of the race, already 8 seconds behind, but he's not giving up. Jar Jar flying away. Paul's flying away from Jar Jar this way around, sorry, my bad. That's good news finally for DLL, as Jules managed to get the slipstream of the driver in front, and Soccer has a time penalty, it seems. Yeah, a second, so finally for Jules something is looking a bit brighter here. Getting the slipstream, the tow, very important here. And I think this is the best he can do for the moment. Use the car in front, save his energy. Soccer looks like he wants to go for a move. I shouldn't really do that, as he has to serve the penalty now. And he does. Losing a bit of ground, obviously. The gaps are about 1.5 seconds. So he needs to pull himself together, do 1 or 2 really strong laps, and he maybe get back the tow. Let's see what's happening here. We see that the second COC car is it's giving Confi a good push along the straight, and that helped. Tyler was ahead, and by 1.5 seconds ahead, and now he's just by half a second. So those three fighting closely. ZenQ probably didn't have the same pace as Tyler, but with clever tactics managed to get himself in a closer position. Bit frustrating for Johnny, who sees this battle ahead but can't do anything about it. He's just too far away to do anything. But perhaps if they choose to fight each other against working together, maybe something. Oh, Confi with another half a second penalty. That's his second penalty already. That's just too many. Similar situation as second lap. Johnny could make up a position, but he's just not close enough. And Confi is not losing as much as it could have been. And probably thank you, most of things. Wait, what's happened? Tyler! I don't know, I didn't see any contact. But Tyler obviously was way off the track. Must have hit the barriers. He has front bumper, tire, but most importantly an engine damage. And with a race that's approximately in 1 hour 20, this is probably it for him. This will hurt him badly because he can't continue with this stop and drive to the end of the race. He has to do another stop and thus losing another 50 seconds. Kim, du bist auch so eine Polonaise. Ouch. Definitely ouch. That brings JR in 9th position, Johnny in 8th position, and Confi and Zenq in 1st and 2nd position. That's another penalty for Confi for sure. Way beyond the curb. Yeah, and another half a second, and this time Johnny is close enough. Maybe not to overtake, but to get the slipstream again, and this could help him. After that we check what Group 1 cars are doing. Yeah, Confi's just slipstream range. And he freed himself, and that's it. Confi definitely has a good pace, but he's allowing himself too many mistakes. Jules in P5. Too much fuel saving. Soccer went by and is attacking third place up player. Definitely an attack coming up here. Jules close. Let's see what his plans are, if he is going to attack or just look for the slipstream. Seems like P3 is the best Jules can do. Soccer moves RLO into podium positions. And our player has to give up that third place for the moment. Counter-attack from our player, showing himself on the inside. And that should be not an easy pass. They're banging wheels. Soccer gets a bit wide there. Another contact. Things definitely get heated. And that's an opportunity for Jules, obviously. I think there was another touch. Our player got hit. Not hard, but there was definitely a small touch. And let's see, Jules very close, but probably due to his car, to his nature of the car, has not the option to really attack, which is really frustrating. Mistake, and Soccer got pushed wide, almost spins the car, catches it. Yeah, I think Soccer overshot the corner and had to brake so late that he was very slow at the end of the corner, and our player took his normal racing line and just couldn't avoid that. Falcon for Jules, still in slipstream range. This is very crucial for his race. And I think Soccer went wide there again. Not helping himself right now. So P1 and P2 are pretty much settled. Well, this is a very intense battle. P3 and 4 and Soccer not that far off. Half of an attack from Jules at this point. And Soccer has indeed a time penalty. Yeah, 0.7 of a second. Well, what's happening here in Group 3? Zhang Q leading, and Confi is in second position. Johnny doing a much better job now than in the first part of that stint. Somewhat matching the pace right now. Although Confi and Zhang Q have saved a little bit more fuel, but Johnny doesn't really have an option right now to save fuel. He has to get into tow and use the tow as a great opportunity to save additional fuel. It's a bit of a shame that the stint stopped, so we had to restart at this level, and making fuel saving such an important topic. Now it gets interesting as the group hits traffic, or the group 1 cars hit traffic. Johnny moves to the inside, indicates clearly where he's going to go. And Paul gets through the traffic of the second car with Confi. And Paul now clears, with a small delay, the third car of Zhang Q. Soccer probably had another time penalty if I look at the gap, 6 seconds. Lost touch with P3 and 4. Jules a bit wide. That can be off track, and you could get a time penalty there, but it seems to be just fine. Wow. Okay, that wasn't fair. Our player got a time penalty and deliberately, it looks like it, deliberately burned that time penalty in the corners, where you somewhat goes but not really sometimes. That wasn't ideal, really. That was unnecessary. But ultimately, it was beneficial for him because Jules is punching a big hole in the airframe right now. Has to save fuel, and our player is aware of that and can re-overtake him without penalty being a problem for him in the first place. If he would have burned that penalty in the penalty zone, Jules would have gone past and would be able to create an even bigger gap. And don't have to worry about giving someone slipstream. Speaking of penalties, Soccer, one more time. And Jules is facing traffic. But that's a good spot to hit traffic. first one. Johnny easily cleared. Now let's get a bit close with Confi for the chicane. He maybe has to wait a bit. Yes. Lost a bit of time, but now he can go and catch both cars on this straight. Zucker lost a bit more, and obviously doesn't care about the penalty. Confi and Zheng definitely bunch up right now. Traffic brought them closer together. Our player managed to get him into P5, while Zocker, still in 4th position, finally burns the penalty and going to lose that 4th place probably immediately to our player again. It's getting close. Zocker is the inside, but it's not that far ahead. Our player squeezes himself through. Well made. In the meantime, Jules is in 3rd place. Yeah, but already 30 seconds behind. That's unfortunate because he was 10 seconds maximum of 15 seconds behind after 1 hour 40 minutes. And now he's facing much more. If he would drive 2 laps less, it would be a complete different story. Tyler is working on his comeback. 2 55s. Well, one was an outlap, but 155 was for real. Another penalty didn't help him. Johnny is doing much better, driving maybe a second quicker than he did before. And Zenq-Meister could lose touch with Confi and maybe fall behind Johnny right here. Thank you for your follow, Nana. Gladly appreciate it. Yeah, in this case, you should all follow DAS, otherwise, when I see you on track, I will give you the halbe Wagenbreite and I will kill you. DLL Kim knows what I'm speaking of. Yeah, as predicted, Zenq-Meister is losing that place to Johnny, which isn't too bad as he's still close to slipstream range. But crucially, he lost touch with Confi, and Confi seems to have the best pace out of this group. Yeah, thank you, Nana. Kim, I don't know what you're talking about. I wouldn't do anything. Thank you. Flying by Johnny. Johnny left the inside open. Probably is aware that Thank you has a bit more pace than him, and he really should focus to get back in the slipstream, which he's doing now, so well done. What's happening here? Our player maybe had a mistake or a penalty. Soccer's ghosting. There definitely was contact. Oh boy, these two. You have a very short race, every second is counting, and they battling and ruining their both races. And Jules is thinking, oh, thank you very much. I'm 20 seconds! 20 seconds! Jules is ahead by 20 seconds right now. He couldn't escape. And now he's 20 seconds ahead. Sorry, Kim. That's not possible. Like, I can press left and right and this happens. If I could, I would. Yeah. Maybe Jules, looking at his fuel, he has 30% left. With almost half of the race gone, I think Jules can finally use all of his energy, and it's showing. We see lap times 23s, 25s, even 27s, and now 2 21s in a row. Pretty consistent. It's only 3 thousandths of a second between those lap times. Unfortunately, I think this is everything DLA can hope for. A third place with hopefully enough of a gap to stay in the lead. I mean, I don't see a way Paul is not winning this stint. 16 seconds ahead, last lap 3 minute 19.6, which is really strong. Every lap in the 20s is good, but the 19 is impressive. If we compare that to Jar Jar, he used to drive consistently 21s, now he's in the 22s, which is still good. And honestly, enough for him to secure the second place for the stint. And this man is doing a good job, but it's limited by the car, unfortunate. Kim, you're correct. It's once 12 and once 11, and usually you want to drive 10 at best. So it's incredible. You have to save up 1/3 basically, 30% or something in one half of the race. Those two are back together, Soccer and our player. Soccer has damage, but it seems like he doesn't even care. I wonder when those two are going to pit. The Toyota can drive longer with his fuel, so I would assume Soccer is going to pit this lap. He can easily go to the end and repair his car. If he feels like he has more speed over our player, he has a clean track. Doesn't share the same opinion. I don't think this is the best for his race, but it's definitely entertaining for us. Our player is defending. Cut bad from Soccer, he's now on the outside. Our player is giving him no space. I wasn't necessarily unfair, but it was really strong defending. Really on the edge what's okay. Let's check with Jules. 27 seconds now. They're not helping themselves. Soccer, again, a penalty worth of a second. Using the slipstream, getting ahead, and now burning the penalty. Difficult to see if that was within the limits, but I assume it was. And he has to do all the hard work once more. Then Q and Confi are back together because Confi had some really poor laps. 58 is okay-ish, but 59 and a 4-minute lap time. Not great. Perhaps time penalties. Then Q's lap times weren't strong too. Twice a lap time of 4 minutes. And then a 3:58. Not great. Johnny's hanging in there, but yeah, 3 seconds. There has to be a lot happen for him that he can join that battle right now. It seems he doesn't have the pace, to be honest. He's not driving bad, but he's not quite there. Confi lifting early. Okay, now you can see in the bottom it moved itself to that, but it's always displaying laps remaining 0.0 and power is setting 1. I can see the fuel percentage, which is correct, but I cannot see. Now it changes to 6. Okay, but laps remaining stays the same. So Confi is definitely saving. If we compare that to Zhang Q, who had a mistake here, Zhang Q definitely has to pit this lap, while Confi can go for another lap, which is crucial because we haven't reached half distance of this race. Johnny definitely has to stop now. And Tyler, he went to the pits after he crashed, so he has to do one more stop. He's 36 seconds behind Johnny. I'm afraid there's no way he can make that up in that time, and JR hanging in there. Paul flying 18 seconds at this point, quicker than Jaja. Jaja 22, which is okay, and another 23. Jules, a low 22 is a good lap, and it looks like he can go easily to the end of this lap. I'm not sure if he can do another lap after that, but then he has completed more than half of his stint, this overall stint, so he's good on fuel. But then he has to do it all over one more time. But the important news for them is they've done the most challenging part. The 12th lapper is done. This battle is still entertaining. Our player ahead. Soccer has closed the gap. Somehow they're negotiating that GT3, and it worked. It was definitely a moment for that driver. One car left, one car right, flying past him. Meantime, Johnny in the pits and the Q-Master, whilst Confi is driving one more lap. And that should be past Soccer on the inside. It's close. They're neck and neck, going into the next corner. And that was nice. I don't know, it looked like our player at least didn't care if there was a touch between both cars. Don't say anything else, but it looked like both drivers went in there and thought if there's a touch, well, then there's a touch. Wow, Jules is going for a 13-lapper. Crazy. That son of a bitch. How is he doing that? That car has fuel for 9 laps. And he's doing 13! Yeah, obviously Paul is very close to Jules because Jules has to save that much fuel. Great job by Jules, and obviously also great job by Paul. Doing 3-minute 20s regularly. 1:21, 22 we see there, but most of the times are 19s. It's really impressive. Giving COC 20 seconds within 3/4 hour, so that's impressive. Our player and Soccer are still searching for closeness to the other person. They don't want to miss each other. I don't understand the strategy though. I mean, Soccer is getting a time penalty, he's falling behind, he has the pace, he comes back, there's another time penalty or contact and he loses out again with damage. I mean, if he would have stopped early, he would have had fresh air, a clean track ahead of him, and he could have passed our player in the pits. I mean, it's really really entertaining for us, but I don't see the point behind the strategy. A true madman. Da wird der Braten in der Pfanne verrückt, sagt man da. Jules finally on his last meters on this set of tires. A bit of traffic, that's annoying for him. Nice and clean around the outside. I think he had to save some fuel or had really trouble because Paul closed that gap massively by 3-4 seconds this lap alone. But great job. Really well done by Jules. And now he went this far in the race that he doesn't have to save fuel for the second part of the race, which is crucial. Ah, Nuschel, vergib mir. COC should come out easily in second position. Indeed. Tires are changed. We need some fuel. And Soccer with time penalty and our player have found their way to the pits. Obviously together, they couldn't separate. No way. And Jules finally back. 10 laps to go. And let's see what the true pace is. That's close too. Fuel for both cars. And our player is the first driver who's back on track. And with a short delay of 2.5 seconds, Zocker joins him. He will lose obviously some time due to the time penalty, but we all know he will catch up and then we will have a friendly fight once more. Okay, Group 3. Tyler, who stopped really early and has to stop one more time, is in the lead. Maybe 2 laps he can stay out, but then he has to stop again. Zenq is in P7, so he jumped Confi in the pits. If we look at fuel, wow, look at the fuel. Zenq, 3/4, 75%, 75. Confi, almost full, 94. There's a difference around 20% of fuel. That's the reason why Zenq is ahead, because he took so less fuels, not enough fuel in the car, underfueled it maybe even, and Confi went full in. Everything that Mercedes can hold, put it in. That's what she said. Okay, where's Johnny in all this? Johnny pitted. Johnny has more fuel than Zenq too. So I really think that Zenq has to save fuel and thinks that he can use the slipstream of Confi to get away with that. Unpleasant situation for DLL, as Johnny is immediately ahead of Jules in the Porsche curse. That's a place you don't want to face traffic. Neither for Group 1 or Group 3. It's just not right. F. What was that? Johnny drove on the middle on the road, and Jules, obviously taking the outside line, had to bail out and thankfully didn't ruin his car. So DLL destroying himself. Well done. Well done. You would think they're in the same party and would communicate. Hey, I'm catching you. Stay on the inside. Don't drive in the middle of the road like a maniac, so I have to avoid you. So stupid. What are they doing? Yeah, I don't know. Johnny obviously has problems to find the track, handed himself in the process a 1.5 second time penalty. Great job. Great job. Oh, come on, Confi. Confi closing the gap again and handing himself a penalty. It's a bit of a theme in this race that people are closing in, but then, thanks to the penalty, lose all their progress. This time traffic went well for Jules, as he managed to get Confi due to the penalty and Zenq on straight. Well, if he wouldn't have been shoved wide, he probably would have met in a completely different place in the first place, so that's that. Helly, du hast eine richtige Entscheidung getroffen. Wie läuft's mit ACC. Okay, I checked chat for 2 seconds, but how did Confi manage to get a 3.5 second time penalty? When he finished burning that penalty, even Johnny has caught up. And then Q is saving fuel, apparently. I don't know what the strategy of Zhang Q is. Obviously he's underfueled, so he has to save fuel. This is a good moment to do that, but I don't know. Is his idea to get away with fuel saving, or is he looking for a lot of tow from Confi? Confi got another half a second there. Must have cut Indianapolis on the inside. Ja, geil. Panatag CSL. Holst du dir oder hast du schon das CSL DD? Weil wenn das für PlayStation rauskommt, ist das ein Muss, werde ich mir das auf jeden Fall holen. Anyway, Zhang Q says thank you very much to Confi, who is now 4 seconds behind. Johnny 5.5 seconds behind Confi. So with 10 laps, 40-ish minutes to go. There's a lot of work for Confi. He has great pace, but Confi is doing too many small mistakes, and they add up. Ja, viel Spaß damit auf jeden Fall. ACC muss ich auch nochmal anschmeißen und üben. Das Handling ist so anders, da brauche ich echt viel Übung. Okay, Soccer is ahead of our player by almost 5 seconds. So, Soccer finally managed a way to get through without getting damage. And yeah, should be able to increase that gap more and more now. Getting past Zhang Q on the inside. The end of the first sector. And our player, unfortunate, has to wait after that corner to get past Confi, and that's something we really don't want, because that corner is so important. It leads to a long straight where you need all the momentum. Kim, if you really want to know, I would advise to check on this Twitch channel the last VOD. I can't remember, but you can't check the VOD. I don't know. I can't remember. Nice, Helly. Hast du davon einen Link? Entweder auf Twitch oder auf YouTube. Kannst du mir das per DM senden? Das Rennen gucke ich mir an. Confi is closing in again. Obviously, Zhang Q has to save a lot of fuel. Let's compare. I would say 55% left for Zhang Q. Confi at 75. Wow. So, despite them driving for a couple of laps after their stops, Confi has still this advantage of 20% over Zhang Q. Let's check what Stu is doing. 26, that was the lap where he met Johnny, and then a 21 again. That's good. And he's on the way for a personal best by 0.8, so he's on the way for a sub 21. Okay, schaue ich auch mal gerne rein, weil ACC macht echt Spaß, aber ich komme einfach noch null auf das Handling klar. Ich habe auch nie wirklich allzu viel Zeit am Stück dafür investiert. Yep, Jules 3 minutes 20.5. Good job closing in on COC. Good lap times from them too. 20.9 twice in a row. And Paul is flying away. JR wasn't on screen for a very long time. Unfortunately, doesn't really have the pace, but is holding in there, doesn't make mistakes really. And just driving, and that's great. I mean, he's really driving on his own for the whole time, fighting for himself with the car, and that's a driver who basically picked up Gran Turismo Sport for this event. Hasn't done much training, who wasn't familiar for a long time with the game, and if we see at the car 300 kilometers, he's really not that experienced, but he's getting there, and I mean, he's in the same lap after 1 hour, and he was in the same lap when we did racing that stopped. So it's a tough start, but I think that deserves respect for just not giving up. Bit of a shame that Soccer got past our player. I really missed that battle. What a shame. And, yeah, Confi got past Zhang, and now Zhang is using Confi as a gigantic windshield. Bit of bump drafting. I have to check the gaps, but where is it? They're really close together. RC, then DLL, and then COC. Ah, fuck, I can't find it. Go in the document. So, RC leads that race. DLL leads that race by 31 seconds for COC, and then it's RC with 49 seconds. So, those three cars that you see on the screen at the moment are within 50 seconds before of that race, after so many hours of driving. Roger that, Kim. No real movement, about 30 seconds. Jules is driving good lap times, 20.5 and 20.7. Last lap times were 21.2 and 22.9, a bit off that lap time. But yeah, I'm afraid more than a second is not possible, so maybe 25 seconds at best. He's doing a good job, Jules. Keeping his nose clean. Good strategy. I think, yeah, his race was limited, extremely limited from the get-go. If there would have been 2 laps less, or even 3 laps less, he could have fought definitely for second place. I don't know if it would have been enough for first place, as Paul did an amazing job in the first part of the stint, and was ahead of 10-15 seconds maybe. And that would have been really tough. But he's definitely doing a great job. Danke, Helly. Ich glaube, heute gucke ich mir nur noch das Formel 1 Rennen an, dann will ich kein Auto mehr sehen. Aber dann in der nächsten Woche. Paul leading the race comfortably, 24 seconds ahead of COC. Here we have Jules. Soccer has a time penalty. Well, I'm afraid we don't see any more wheel-to-wheel action between Soccer and player, as Soccer managed to extend the gap to 15 seconds. This is quite interesting. Confi 58%, then Q maybe 48, 10% less. So Thank you managed to save a lot of fuel in the meantime. I think Audi is a nice looking car, and I would like to drive this here as well, but the MR cars aren't, yeah, they are just not as good in the long term. Bit of a shame. Also, it's a bit of a shame that Conti has another penalty. I think I have to re-watch that that stint, that replay, and drink one glass every time Confi gets a time penalty. I think that would be an excellent drinking game. At the moment, Zenq doesn't have to do anything. He can stay by in Confi, put the fuel mixture up, save a lot, and he gets past Confi in a matter of seconds when they arrive for the second penalty zone. Yeah, he shows himself, but yeah, it's clear he doesn't really want to overtake. Takes a tow and a risk-free overtake. And obviously he can save a lot of fuel. Background we saw Johnny still hanging in there with 9 seconds, and it seems like Zenq lifted enough to save the maximum amount of fuel, so he could make sure there's no way that he's in front of Confi, so that he still gets the draft. Now Paul's behind him, the leader. I hope both see them. Oh, he goes for the move. Confi did not really see him, but it worked out without any contact. Oh, there was a bit of dust. I think Paul used all of the track and a bit more. Let's quickly check. Paul starting lap 20. I don't know what Confi is doing about this. I mean, Zenq is getting free tire save, slipstream, and the opportunity to attack for position, while Confi is getting none of this. Confi is doing all the work, and Zenq is saying, "Oh, thank you for that. I take it." and works for half what he usually has to do. Confi gets the occasional bump draft, which isn't that helpful. And Confi gets another time penalty. At this point, I wonder if Confi is getting those time penalties on purpose, so that ZQ has to overtake him, so that Confi is getting the slipstream. I don't know. I'm going to compare fuel percentages once more, I think. ZQ is at 40%, and Confi is at 45? Okay, on the right it says clearly 45, but if you look at the fuel indicator towards the left, it looks like 48%, 49%. Heck, 47 is okay as well, but not like 45. Kim, I would assume we have 3 hours till the end, so 2.5, 2 and 1/4 hour, so 40-ish laps, something around those. You can kindly ask PPL Eddie in Discord. As a member of the Augur team, he will kindly assist you. What? Drinking games are never dangerous. Source, trust me, bro. So, Confi's taking his penalty. I don't know, did ZenQ really meant to attack here? But now he's side by side to the Porsche corners. I don't mind. But Confi, yeah, obviously stays ahead, because that's what ZenQ is looking for. Or is he? Is he really looking for an attack move? Has he decided he has enough fuel to go to the end on his own and doesn't have to rely on Confi anymore? Kim, it really depends on when the stint starts, so that time is variable. It could be 2 hours 30, would be maybe 40 something. So maybe you have to do one more stop, but you could do 9 lap stints every time, so it wouldn't be that bad. Let's see. Well, let's see if Confi has another penalty. He was on the curb. He can get away with it. And he probably just got away with that. Okay, let's check the grid. First position, Paul, 30 seconds ahead of Jar Jar. Easy game for him. 19.4, feck off. What's that lap time? A 19.4, that's great. "30 seconds later we have Jar Jar. Then we have Jules closing the gap to 26.7. So the dream of these sub 25 is still on. Clearing 2 cars on the second part of the straight. Then we have Zocker, another penalty, because why not? 46 behind, but 22 ahead of our player we have here. And then we have Confi and Zen. And here we have Johnny in P8. And Tyler is about to close that gap and to overtake Johnny. Went to the pits and lap 12. So he has made his second stop. The only driver who has done 2 stops. And he closed the gap. And is probably also going for the overtake at this point. And JR still hanging in there in P10. Ladies and gentlemen, a rare mistake from Paul, leading to a 3-second time penalty. I think that's a first. Jar Jar starting with the penultimate lap as well. Here we have Jules, 26.1. Yeah, definitely enough fuel. Yeah, it's looking good for Jules. Okay, I think we can focus on this pedal, which isn't on anymore, as ZenQ did a mistake and is 2.5 seconds off. So let's look what's happening here. Gap has gone under 1 second. Johnny is pitting. Why is he pitting? I can't believe it. Okay. I have to correct my statement. Tyler, who had big damage in the early stage of the race, is not the only driver who's doing a 2-stop. There's one more driver who's doing a 2-stop and is losing almost 50 seconds and the lead for their class in the meantime. You wonder if 10 drivers are capable of managing their fuel. Can it be that difficult? You wonder if one driver is able to extend their driving time for that stint by what, 40%? Is it really that difficult to extend your driving time by 1 lap? 1 lap! Yeah. Okay, I guess we have a very chill last lap. Confi is 4.5 seconds ahead. I don't think anything will happen here. Kim, have you gotten on Eddie's nerves? I meant, have you asked Eddie about the stint length for the last stint? How many laps? Final lap for Paul. Did a superb drive, and yeah, most certainly deserved winner of that stint. With half a minute ahead, did an amazing good job. No, valid point. Valid point, Kim, indeed. So you see, was that above track limits? Yes, I saw that. And Jules around 26 seconds. I wonder if if he can get to 25 and lower. With that time penalty, yeah, that's definitely helpful. Soccer around the outside of Confi here. Already in red with fuel. So I hope for him he has enough fuel for the last lap. Otherwise that would be a big time loss. Okay, our player, Confi, starting the last lap. Thank you. Yeah, really has to focus now on his fuel. It's blinking red. Last lap. This lap was a 4-minute 3, so I hope he can finish. Otherwise, he have to look for Tyler. Then a 25-second gap to Johnny. Let me quickly check. 12 minutes to 25 seconds. There's a difference of 25 seconds. Great. Whoa, what happened there? Okay, Paul is glitching for me. I was really scared for a second that he binned it in the last lap. Okay, he's a bit laggy, but I'm sure he's getting there. Couple more corners, you can do it. Please not effing lobby crash again. I couldn't bear it. I couldn't. Yeah, why not? So, congrats to Paul. Finishing in style. Was nice. Giving CUC more than half a minute, and Jules been able to push the gap to 23 seconds. And over the line is COC, second position. Third position is going to be Jules. What a drive in the first stint. 13 laps with that car. That wasn't meant to be. But he did it anyways. And great second stint with a gap of 22 seconds. Great job. And Soccer is going to be in fourth place. We have to look who can actually cross the line. With the maximum finishing time is 180 seconds, 3 minutes. Not everyone can finish the lap. I think maybe 3 cannot do it. Maybe 3. Everyone else should be able to finish their laps. So, Soccer entertain us really good with our player, and it's rolling now. I think with literally no fuel left over the line. Yeah, he's pushing the throttle, there's nothing. He barely got it. That lost some time though, but it was funny. And our player is finishing, getting some time back. It was 26 seconds. What's going down to 22, 23? Even 21 seconds. GG's. And Confi winning for the Group 3 class. in P6. And Tyler is going to make it as well. Overtook Zen Q, who's probably no fuel at all. Yep. P7 for him, great recovery drive from that incident that we didn't really saw. Zen Q in 8th position, and Johnny will not make it over the line. Time is running out. 4, 3, 2, 1, and that was stint 5. So saving that replay. And here are the BOP settings to check for the stewards. And with that, Stint has a short break. I take some water, and then it's Stint 6 in a bit. See you then. perfect time for chat to laugh at the streamer. For show only rooms with friends and no lobbies are open. Currently, I must have no friends. DLL Jules is hosting the stint. He's hosting the stint, and yeah, we'll be back soon. So, we are in a lobby. That's a start. Final. We started a bit over 21 hours ago. Let's get a nice onboard from a Group 1 car. There you go. Okay, we have some more information about the gaps. In the LMP class, in the Group 1 class, DLL is leading with 168 seconds, so 2 minutes 48 seconds ahead of COC. So just under 2 minutes, 3 minutes, sorry. And P3 we have RC1 who are behind 600 seconds. That would be 10 minutes. I can't really believe that. In Group 3, DLL2 is leading by only 7 seconds ahead of RC2, and COC2 is 8.3 seconds away from that. So after approximately 18, we had a bit of, let's say 17, 16 hours of racing, the top 3 in the GT class are separated by 8 seconds. Then we have Maxim Motorsport in 4th place with 55 seconds difference. So 4 teams out of 5 in the GT class are within a minute. That's close. It is. RLO unfortunately is far off, so there won't be. They don't really have a chance to get anything but the 5th and last place in this class. But anyone else, DLL, RC, COC, or Maxim Motorsport, can win this this whole event for the class. It's that close, only 55 seconds. And we probably really have to look into every gap to look if is it really that close, and it seems to be. And 55 seconds is nothing over a 3-hour race. So we'll start soon for the final stint. Okay, start at 31. So when this minute's passed, we're going to start for the last stint. Okay, that was quick. Hope you're ready and enjoy. So, starting from grid formation into the formation lap, Vegeta leads Outlaw and spoken about it. The really close GT field, we will cover this as well. DLL is leading that with 7 seconds ahead of the RC car. I hope everyone is going to make it. It doesn't look like it. Now everyone's moving. No, one driver has a start bug, unfortunately. And I'm afraid we're going to have a restart. Let's check. Okay, everyone's moving now. Bit confused now, but seems they're continuing on with the start. As I was saying, it's really close in this group. Freezy leading the pack ahead of Confi with 7 seconds. This team is only 8 seconds behind, so there's really nothing between those. 8 seconds between P1 and P3, and that could change very easily. For information, we see in P8 that Confi user is driving. It is indeed his brother, because RC had to swap last minute, and this was the only driver available. His brother has his own account, which isn't finished yet, with the car, with delivery, etc. And because they thought he wouldn't drive, but now he has to drive, and they couldn't organize everything on such a short notice. So Confi's brother is driving under his account. For simplicity reasons, I will refer him as Confi, so there won't be any confusion. So we have Vegeta, Outlaw closely, Shishama and Eddie, a bit of a gap. I think that will settle in right now. Freezy, 13-14 second gap, right where he should be at this point. But surprisingly, the GT group bit spread out on this formation lap. Sorry, Rude One, I'm responsible now for the stream. There are other persons who can look into this. So, finally the point has arrived. Leaders are slowing down. We see Outlaw directly behind Vegeta. And they're queuing up nicely. What Eddie is doing is not allowed. Anyway, Vegeta's going to lead. Last 2 corners. All are aiming for 80 kph, and when Vegeta feels like it, at this point he can accelerate. They all accelerate really early in overtake. Vegeta hasn't started the race yet. And now he's given full throttle. Our player gave up every position he gained, so I think that's fine. Outlaw close to Vegeta, then Shishiman, sorry, Eddie, Russell Rhymes in P5 and our player. Now we have a look at the Group 3 field. Freezy is everything good ahead of COC Confi in 3rd position in this group, and Honey Badger in P10, total P10. Freezy leading ahead of Ben. And what are the leading group? What are they doing? Outlaw closed the gap on the straight, but didn't really fancy a move, but someone went off there, and it was Russell Rhymes. Maybe a bit of cold tires and underestimating the slipstream effect. Eddie is closing in on Shishiman. I'm saying the name incorrectly, I'm so sorry. And Outlaw has taken the lead. Nothing major, really. Oh, that's not expected. An early time penalty. So Outlaw has to take the penalty right now. And probably an easy pass for Vegeta. No. Not sure if he chose to stay behind or if he wasn't close enough, but he could save fuel. That could be a motive. Group 3, Freezy still in the lead, closely followed by Ben. Both went really wide there. And Confi, so to speak, Confi's brother, is hanging in there in 9th position. Not showing pace in the first lap, which, to be fair, is to be expected. I mean, he jumped into the cockpit on the shortest of notices and couldn't practice a lot. But RC needs him in this fight. Okay, check again what's happening in the front. Vegeta just outside the slipstream window. He has to work a bit to get back where he needs to be. Nice to see that at this daytime it's a bit dark, so really see the headlights. Eddie showing strong pace. In third position. And the field's already a bit spread out. That early into the stint. Vegeta not able to get those few tenths he needs to get back into slipstream range. And Eddie closing in. We have time penalty for Russell Rhymes. Now we see it. So that will bring him into P5 probably. At the front for the GTs, Ben took the lead. Freezy's getting the toe. Interesting. What are they going to do? The gap is so tight they cannot afford to let the other driver run away. If that happens, the total win for this whole event, for this class, is over. But if they save fuel and don't want to risk anything, the Merc behind them, Confi, is closing in and will join this battle. Easy pass for Freezy. Slipstream really powerful here, obviously. So at the front, Outlaw really pulling away. 1.9 second gap ahead of Vegeta. And Eddie still in P3, looking strong for, I think, the best result PPL is going to have this race. Shishiman in 4th position. Russell Rhymes, despite having already one penalty, not that far off 4th position, and maybe can join this. Needs maybe some good laps, then he can close the gap and overtake. Let's see, Freezy, that's great news for DLL, has not only overtook Ben, but created a gap of 2nd. And is doing a mistake, but Ben is following him, kind of. .1 seconds. The gap stays the same. Freezy with 2 tires off the track and 1 just barely in it. Playing with the track limits. Went all well this time, but you can't risk it too much. It's a fine line between risking it to be quick and getting penalties. Ben showing good pace, but he's just shy of where he needs to be. And Confi's brother, bit slower than he needs to be. I'm curious if he can pick up the pace when he gets more familiar with the track and with the car, because this is not an easy task to jump in an endurance race just like that. Confi. I'm doing the stream, honestly. There is one lobby host and one from the Augur team driving in this lobby who could take actions. Honestly. Only seems to have some problems as well, has penalty and the pace isn't really there at the moment. Maybe he can improve while the stint goes on. Meantime, Outlaw just flying. Just flying 3 seconds ahead. Posted a 3:19 already. Wow, Vegeta not even in the 20s. Oh, that's something, yeah. Right now, Vegeta does everything he needs. Shows good pace. And stays ahead, increases the gap most importantly to Eddie. And it's going to be another question how many pit stops there are going to be for Outlaw and Eddie. It is very likely it's going to be one less than Vegeta, and that means that Vegeta has to create a gap just under 50 seconds. So that's a big target. Before Shishi Man holds the position. Rasta seems to have found his rhythm now. Not the best start for the stint, but he's getting there. And our player in 6. Little development here. Freezy created a bigger gap with a 55.5. That's a strong lap. That's a very strong lap. While Ben's lap was 1.8 seconds slower. That's the difference. Ben missing the apex for that corner as well. And we see at the gap goes up slightly. So a good start for DLL in Group 3, but it's a very long race. I'm curious to see what this man can do. As I said, I think we can see a lot of improvement potential from him. Not talking about maybe finding a few tenths, but maybe finding even seconds. And costly mistake for Honey Badger. Went a bit wide, I think, just touched the grass over the curb, but managed to control the car and continue without damage. That's important. Oh, we have a big penalty, 3.4 seconds for Outlaw. And Vegeta is 3.5 seconds behind, so it could maybe lead to a change of positions. If not, definitely brings Vegeta closer in the slipstream range, and that will help him for his race, obviously, to save fuel, from maybe go to an attack, whatever you think is best at the moment for his race. And we see 3 seconds, a long time, 1/2 a second, and now he's free. And Vegeta joins him. Very close, 1/2 a second difference. And now the slipstream comes into play. You can see the gap was 7 tenths, now just above half a second. Little drift from Outlaw, who feels the pressure now after this mistake. has to find a way to get loose of Vegeta and then create a gap once more. I have to say, Eddie surprisingly yeah, what's the word for that? Doesn't really show something, really. Just driving his laps casually. They're good laps, no major, good start. If he continues like that, that's going to be a very good stint for him. Shishi. Bit of no man's land for him, not quick enough to be with the first two, or with Eddie in the third position, but a bit quicker than Rasta for now. Our player not that far off, so 4, 5 and 6 could be an interesting battle for the race. Freezy 3.2. They drove very similar lap times. Yeah, Freezy was 2/10 quicker, but that's not much really. Bit of ping pong. 1/10 here, 1/10 there. It's a long race and definitely helps for Freezy, that knows that he's in the lead, and action like that really frustrating. Ah, come on! Ben lost time getting over the grass, and I'm not sure if the penalty was for getting over the grass or if it had anything to do with that corner following that. But he lost a second basically, and another second right now. So the gap's now, instead of 3.5, 5.5. But same thing could happen to Freezy, so can't be safe. Okay, Confi's brother not picking up the pace yet, but not doing mistakes either. Lap times aren't that quick, but reliable, so that's not the worst scenario too. We see first lapping. Our player goes by a Honey Badger. Geta used Slipstream to overtake Outlaw in the meantime, but I think this is going to be a back and forth as well. You can really see how close. What was that? What was that from Outlaw? He tried to move down the inside for something that could never happen. Was so far behind, I don't know if this was intended. This could never happen. Luckily, no damage or big time loss for any of those two. Outlaw lost maybe a second, 1.5. But that move never could have worked out. Oh, he touched Confi there. Outlaw has amazing pace, but he's risking too much right now. Another penalty, yeah, and now 4 seconds behind. Feels like a bit of an unforced error. Obviously, things, a small touch with an lap car can always happen. It's never easy. It mostly is going well, but it's never easy. Vegeta lost some time there for a back marker, but that move wasn't really necessary. He could chill for that corner and took the next straight for an overtake opportunity. That was aggressive as well. Looked for a way and pushed himself off the track and his teammate. Eddie is going past. Oh, that was close as well, as Ben came a little bit sideways. Let's check. Rasta is in the pit lane. What's the situation here? Freeze is leading by 9 seconds. Eddie still P3, and Outlaw from somewhat comfortable lead thanks to multiple time penalties finds himself in second position and threatened by Eddie. Rasta arrives. We see front bumper has to be repaired. Tires are already changed. Fuel is in the car. Okay, P6 for him. Quite an early stop for him. Well, let's see. We had some drivers who drove for 1 or 2 laps more with small damage to get into their pit window. Outlaw managed to get a bit away now from Eddie over this lap. But yeah, not really that big of a gap right now, so he has to fight for the next couple of laps to make some margin. Let's see, Honeybatcher has big problems as he has an engine damage. Not looking good for him. That will cost him a lot of time. It must have happened quite early in the lap. I expect at the end of the first sector or beginning of second sector. So a long time for him to get back to the pits. Confi in 9th position. Still rocking those lap times. No bad laps consistently where he can what he can achieve. And we have Ben with an early pit stop and a time penalty. Freezy has a time penalty as well. Yep, and Confi, doesn't matter which brother, they are going long stints. .33 liter of fuel left, quite something. And now he's going to rejoin in 9th position. Hi Kevin. So COC has to serve a time penalty. And I hope they look in the rear mirrors as one Russell Rhymes as one Group 1 arrives. Yeah, works out perfectly. I mean, Kevin, he's doing great. No practice at all. A car he probably hasn't driven, and the lap times are really consistent. Freezy 7th position, leading the class for Group 3. Comfortable lead at the moment with 25 seconds over Confi. Behind that is Ben, but Ben obviously pitted this lap. So what's happening at the front of the field? Eddie lost touch. Outlaw managed to create a gap. Lap times not that strong, 24, 26 and 23. Vegeta's lap times are better. So I think this lap must have been a bit weaker, but no. Okay. Vegeta is driving consistently as well, but I think Outlaw managed to get a bit closer, despite lap times doesn't show it. What do we have? 3:21.5 and 3:29, so Outlaw was quicker by half a second in the last lap. Close battle. End of lap 8 is Freezy coming in. Nope. He decides to stay out for one more lap. Lap times are decent. This lap was a bit slow, almost 58. But quicker than Confi, and we can't really compare what is Ben doing at the moment. He's on his out lap. Now Confi finally to the pits. Stay a bit on Outlaw to see how the gap develops. We have gap right now of 3.5 seconds. Ah, 3.3, 3.2. Outlaw is catching. Perhaps Vegeta has to save some fuel to make it to lap 11. We see it's not that much left compared to the Toyotas. So there's maybe some fuel saving involved. There's the leader, and there's the follower, Outlaw. 3 seconds behind. Eddie's still doing a great job. Less than 9 seconds away from the leader. Then with a bit of a greater gap. two RC drivers in 4th and 5th position and really safe at the moment. Nothing really happens for them. They're driving their own race right now, as Rasta went for an early pit stop in lap 7. If our player is going to box, it will be close between him and Rasta. Freezy, 54 seconds ahead of Ben. Let's see what the sector time says. 0.3 up, so he's on the way to a 3:57 at best. That would be a second quicker than Freezy's lap time from the previous lap. Unfortunately, we lost 10th driver Honey Badger, left the room. I guess it's 9 then. So Freezy has to pit now. The gap around the same, still around 55 seconds, should be enough to come out in the lead. And I wonder if he goes to continue with the schedule. Always 9 laps to finish on lap 45. That's the end of the race for the group 3 cars, as the ones are going to lap them about 7 times. And let's see how close Ben can make this. Touching the wall there. Not ideal, although he got away with it. Freezy now gets the fuel. Still standing, still some fuel for him. Ben through the last corners on the start-finish straight. Now Freezy is going to accelerate. Comes out ahead by 10 seconds, it is. 11 seconds. So far, so good for them. But they have to do this for 2 hours and 20 minutes at least. Comfy hanging in there. 4-minute lap times. Now he's on fresh rubber. Hopefully he can find some time. And the leader, Vegeta, has to pit at the lap 11. 17 seconds behind the leader. It should be close to our player. Our player could stay, could come out ahead of Vegeta, or it could be the other way around. It's close. Vegeta now finds an should work out for our player, should it? Chicanes for our player. Vegeta fueling up. Accelerating out of the last corner. And he's still standing. That should yeah, our player is in the lead. And Vegeta still standing now, finally accelerating. Gap of 7 seconds. And our player, I would say, is driving 2 more laps, and Vegeta should meet him on track. If I see the lap times, Vegeta should be 3 or 4 seconds quicker, so they should meet on track at the end of next lap. So what's the gap? Vegeta to Outlaw. Let's round it up to 48 seconds and we check how this develops. Eddie driving good race. No drama for him. Bit of drama now for Outlaw after this drift. He has a half a second time penalty. Oops. I think it must have been one of these chicanes where he was a bit too eager with the curbs. Nothing big though. Shishi in third position on the podium right now. Driving good lap times. Just a bit on his own. Eddie is 9 seconds ahead, so will not be easy to close that gap. It's a long race, maybe get some some surprises. That's the word. Bit of wiggle there by our player as he was braking for that corner. He has enough fuel, but I think from the tires he's not getting that what he needs right now. On the other hand, he probably knows how long he has to drive for strategy to work out, and something earlier would make it worse, so... Yeah, swing in there, I guess, for one more lap. Background we saw Vegeta. Yep, closing in about 3 seconds, that's accurate. So it will be close. Oh, our player with a mistake catches the car. But that was a cut, and I would be surprised if the game wouldn't punish that. It seems it doesn't, which I think is fair because he clearly lost time there. This lap was 1.5, 2 seconds slower, so he definitely lost time there. Long time no see, Group 3. We have no real movement from Freezy to Ben. Freezy's outlap was 54. That's a bit unrealistic as a normal lap time. Ben's doing a 59.1. That's a high lap time. Both COC cars weren't sure what the other one was going to do there, and Ben is picking up a 1 second time penalty there. Must be frustrating getting that, yeah, because of your teammate basically. But he's hanging in there, Outlaw having a penalty himself now. And Confi, yeah, 3 minute 59, the first in the 59s since lap 3. So, small steps. Outlaw 1.5 seconds of penalty, and Vegeta not really making progress. Still about the same gap as it was before. I think the gap is now half a second bigger even. Definitely will change after that penalty. On the other hand, Vegeta has to negotiate our player somehow. Not in slipstream range right now. Would be ideal for him to overtake him on the straight before the Porsche corners. as this driver, our player, would certainly be slower with those tires through the Porsche curves. Well, I think it's not going to happen really. Let's see what everyone else is doing. Outlaw with another penalty. Finally pitting, so is Eddie. Shishi Man could continue if he wanted to. And it looks like he does want to continue. So Shishi Man now in the lead. RC is still there, Kevin. Here with Shishi Man, and our player who's pitting now. So Vegeta's finally free of him. I went at the top one's arm. Now I understand. Yeah, it's a bit dependent who's driving. One team was unlucky with couldn't starting, always getting disconnects, and that way they lost out. But they're driving well. Outlaw continuing with his penalty, just emerges out of the pits in front of Vegeta, but I think that will change when he burns that penalty now. It's close. Oh, and that was a decisive move from Outlaw, getting back on the racing line despite Vegeta arriving behind him with a big overlap of speed. Eddie just 5 seconds behind Vegeta. Great job. Vegeta has to stop one more time, so second position is not out of the question for Eddie right now. Freezy doing a good job, but is not extending the gap anymore. They're leading DLL, so that's good for him, but COC is just 8 seconds behind him before that stint. With those, let's say 10 seconds, it's 18 seconds difference. So one small mistake could change everything. Greetings. Hi Slim, hi Jar Jar. Ooh. That was close. Ben almost lost it. And there are some Group 1 cars battling. It's Outlaw and Vegeta. So Vegeta not getting past. I thought he could have with the slipstream, but it wasn't meant to be. Outlaw big wide here. And Vegeta doesn't have to risk anything. DLL is in the lead. By quite some margin. Oh, this is tricky. I'm sorry, Outlaw, but you're shoving that other driver wide, and that other driver is driving for the same league as yours. Again, Outlaw's really quick, but the maneuvers he's making is too aggressive for me. Wow, we saw in the background that Ben almost lost control of his car once more. Outlaw facing another overtake now. Freezy's in front, but that should work perfectly that they can catch him on the straight. Yeah, nicely done. Outlaw moving a bit early again on the racing line. I'm not sure if there was contact. We see Vegeta getting through as well. That worked perfectly for both. And also Eddie has the perfect gap, it seems, to get past the Group 3 car. Yeah, you will see, perfectly on the straight. And I'm afraid it's going to be somewhat of a lonely race now for everyone, except the front, as everyone is rather spread out, but strategies will bring them possibly back together. And I'm curious to see what the strategy is in Group 3. Outlaw driving away, fantastic pace. Vegeta isn't as quick, but more reliable. It doesn't have that many ups and downs in his lap times. But I'm afraid if Outlaw get it together for 5-6 laps, he can create a gap that is big enough to have small mistake free. I'm always holding my breath when Outlaw goes to that corner, because he shows us a line where it's really, really wide to the left side, and I'm always afraid that he's not getting the corner, he's getting on the grass and destroying his own race. It's always so close, because in most cars, Group 1 cars, stay closer to the middle. In a Group 3 car, nice slide, you stay completely on the right side, so completely opposite part of the track where you go. Remarkably, despite sliding, Outlaw still holds on to this strong pace. Nice to see with the lines that Outlaw takes a lot more curb through turn 1. Turn 2 is, I think, similar, but turn 1 Outlaw takes a lot more curb. And touching the grass there. Yeah, really playing with fire was my point. If it works, it's quick. If it doesn't work, you have to take a time penalty, and that will slow you down. But I guess it works more than it fails. So if it's quicker, you're gonna do it. Vegeta managed to catch up a bit, but not enough, and I think we're going to look through the field a bit. Eddie hanging in there, can see his opponent. I don't think there's a chance to get Outlaw, but if you can stop one time less than Vegeta, which I think is going to happen, it's going a good way to secure second position for this stint. The gap doesn't increase. It's quite the opposite. He managed to slow the gap, to close the gap slightly. So we'll see how this develops. Shishi Man still about 12 seconds. I think the last time I checked it was about 10. So small time loss for him, but he's not really out of the picture and could be crucial for Vegeta when he rejoins on the track in a few pit stops to come, if he's able to increase the gap. For example, like R player, 53 seconds, also not that bad of a pace. He's losing a bit, maybe second a lap on average at least, to what he should drive. Get closer. But it seems that he also has found his rhythm, not doing mistakes right now, which is important. Freezy, 15.8, increasing the gap, but if you look at the lap times, they're not that strong. Since he is back at 56.8, which is okay. 57.8 and 58.7. And those two laps are slow. I hope there was just some traffic or maybe a time penalty, something that happened for him. Otherwise, it won't be this, because Ben can go fast. He posted only 157 low in the last laps though, and is not enough. As another time penalty. It's definitely not easy for Ben at the moment, because you know you're just a few seconds behind the leader of your class, and if you're going to beat them by just a couple seconds, you could win the whole event. And you see a gap forming, and you know you have to push, and you have to force your luck, and sometimes you go over the limits and it backfires. Outlaw, in the meantime, under pressure. Now Vegeta just in slipstream range. I think this is right now the best thing that can happen to him. He doesn't have the speed, quite frankly, to outpace the driver in front of him. It's not going to happen. I mean, if everything works together, he probably can match and be a tenth or two quicker a lap, but to really outpace, you have to be a lot quicker for a brief amount to break the slipstream. I don't see that happening. And as long as he can stay in Outlaw's slipstream, I think that's a sweet spot for him, where he can get a bit more than out of the car than he usually would. But Outlaw found another 2-3 tenths, and now it's the same story again. Let's compare Vegeta's lap time to Eddie's lap times. We have 21.4, 21.7, 21.0 and 21.9, so a bit of time loss for Eddie. But it feels like that Eddie is holding on strong here, is catching, even if not on track, but then through the strategy, with going one step less. If we compare the fuel on Eddie, it's just above the 3/4 mark, so 70%. Vegeta's at 50. So they're driving the same pace, but Eddie has better rubber, and yes, that helps him, but he's carrying 25 liters of fuel more than Vegeta. So usually that's even each other out, but when if Vegeta has to make one stop more, he has to find a lot of time. Right now it's really close. 21.6, 21.8, so last lap 2 tenths between those two. Really not much. GG Man's losing a bit with a 24 this lap. Not the greatest of all laps. If he continues like this, with this trend of increasing the gap to his teammate behind him, he could create a gap that's big enough so that he comes out ahead of his teammate despite having a full stop advantage basically. Our player definitely not on pace, losing further ground. Lap times, wow, the lap time before that was 29, this one was 28, before that 26, and all of those laps aren't quick enough. I guess at 28 and 29 there must have been some sort of time penalty. I can't imagine that he's losing that much time. Another time penalty, oh no! And that's the wrong spot, my friends, I'm sorry. Losing a bit of time. Yeah, a bit annoying, you go for the limit and sometimes you feel you're within the limits, but the game says otherwise. Freezy 20 seconds ahead of Ben. And feeling really comfortable there with the curb. Good use of track limits. Just within. Let's see, Ben stopped earlier. He probably can do one more lap. I doubt it though. I think Ben has to stop this lap. Freezy can go probably to lap 18. And with that, for a strategy that involves one stop less than Ben's, that would mean that Ben is not only behind on track, but also has to make one stop more, which brings him even further down. So it's not looking too good now for Ben and COC in Group 3. But never say never, never give up. Looks like Ben is in another small drift. Ben is overdriving the car. The tires aren't there anymore and he wants to go fast. You can see it, but the material he has can't give him this anymore with this driving. Oh no! Okay, Ben, another drift, and he had to counter steer to catch the car, but this was just a little bit too much counter steer, and he has his bumper, his rear bumper, and his left rear tire damaged. Fortunate for him, this is on his in lap, so he would have pitted anyway this lap. It doesn't destroy his strategy. But damn, this cost valuable seconds. I mean, it looks cool, but it's not the quickest way around. Okay. Positive news for COC at least is with good fresh rubber. He's really strong. Definitely can match the lap times of Freezy. Doesn't look good for COC in Group 3, but it couldn't look better for them in Group 1. Leading the race, and it looks like they have the best pace. Vegeta's giving them a hard time, but every now and then Outlaw finds some tense here and there and creates stronger and stronger lead. Gap Vegeta Eddie still around 5 seconds. 21.9 and 21.6 to 21.7, 21.8. So, yep, there's really not much between those. Ben now went in the pit lane. I wonder where he will rejoin. Could be close to these guys. I stay on Vegeta because he's in the middle, so we probably can catch it if Ben comes out near Outlaw, Vegeta and Eddie. Don't give up, Ben. Still a long race. Your pace, especially on fresh tires, is good. Just be a little bit more gentle with the tires. It's a long race. Much can happen. Okay, the first 3 drivers get through. And Ben now finally rejoining. Still in 7th position, as Confi is also in the pit lane. A bit more of those 39s. Outlaw increased the lead by a second this lap, or half a second. Maybe a small mistake by Vegeta. Definitely a mistake from Eddie. He had to serve a penalty. Lost him about a second. I wonder when Vegeta is going to pit. I'm confident that he can go to the end of lap 22 with this fuel. And that would mean 30 laps to go, so another stop in lap 32, another stop lap 42. So 3 stops more for him, while Outlaw stopped in lap 15. Yeah, probably 29:30, and then one more stop is going to have 2 more stops. Small drift from him as well. I can't lose focus. Small mistake, and the driver behind him joins him for battle. Shishi Man lost further ground. The gap's now 20 seconds. 20 seconds. If we look at the lap times, yeah, he posted a decent lap time. 1:20. There's one at 22.9. That's okay, but there are also 24s, and those are not okay. That's the reason why he's losing ground. Our player 53 seconds to his league colleague, so that's the gap for one pit stop. So if P4 Shishi decides to pit, he should stay ahead of his teammate or our player here. Not doing the most consistent times, 26, 28 and 29. Freezy took a lot of curb there. I hope for him that was okay. apparently it was. Let's look what Ben's doing. He's 1 minute and 12 behind right now, so that's a lot to catch up. Of course, this picture doesn't tell the truth, as Ben already came in for his second stop. Freezy didn't. If Freezy is coming in, I assume at the end of this lap, that picture will be somewhat different. Obviously, yes, there's still going to be a gap, a big gap, but it's not a minute. Nothing near a minute right now. With good lap times now, Ben could set Freezy under pressure, and maybe Freezy does one mistake, gets a big time penalty, and that helps. That he starts to think, okay, he's catching up, I'm losing time, I'm doing mistakes. And with that, Ben could maybe close him step by step by step. But he has to also to improve his driving. His lap times on fresh rubber are good, but he uses too much of his tires. It was wide, I think it was just okay. Too much of his rubber, and that leaves him really vulnerable and yeah, slow is the only correct word. Slow in his last, or maybe even the last lap and the lap before that, where it doesn't have pace. If we look at the times, there's a 39, 4 minute 1, 39. Those laps are just too slow. You can't do that. The 57 in lap 11, that's something which is acceptable, but let's see. Maybe it was just a bad stint, and he can recover from that. Go ahead to Freezy. Yeah. Fuel indicator blinking red. We see 8% of fuel left, so there's no way Freezy is doing another lap. Bit fortunate for him that Eddie has exactly this gap, or a bit fortunate for Eddie that Freezy is now pitting. Otherwise, Eddie would have to wait for Freezy to drive through those corners. .2 seconds to outlaw. The gap opens up slightly, and I think Freezy's now finally takes such a long time. Finally at his pit station. Ben, unfortunately, only at the Porsche curves. It takes a long time. Yeah. We'll check this later. Let's see, Vegeta's doing 29 highs to medium. Consistently though. So from a driving point of view, that's well driven. Lap by lap by lap. But then we look at Outlaw and we see, yes, he's doing 21s too. But those are low to medium 21s, and even 120. So it's not much, but it adds up. It's every lap 2 or 3 tenths or Outlaw. Don't throw the car away, please. Nice save, bit of overcorrection, but he catched it. And what's Eddie doing? 20 to medium. Mid 22 is great, 23 low isn't great, but then again a 21 high for 3 laps is good. And He's not losing time. This is an important part for him right now. Vegeta is going to have to do one more stop, and as long as he copies the lap times he's doing right now, he's looking good for a second place. In Outlaw, if he continues this way, could be ahead by a minute. She 23s last lap, minute ahead. Our player 25s are catching himself after some bad lap times with 28s, 29s. He's finally back to better lap times, catched himself. Freezy, what's the gap? 30 seconds. Managed to get away in the early stages of the race and really never looked back. Good drive from Freezy. But he has to continue this for a long time. We don't are at halftime of this race. Outlaw sees big gap right now, 9.5 seconds. Why? Because Eddie is in second place, and Eddie's second place because Vegeta is the first of them to get to the pits for the second stop. Finally. Takes forever, but finally the car is here. Tire change, new softs, and give him everything you have. Finally done. And there's almost 20-second gap to Shishamane, who's again back in third place. Vegeta picks up a half-second penalty through turn 1 probably. Freezy is getting blue flags for our player. It is. No trouble here. So let's see what Ben is doing. He went to the pits. This is his outlap, so it's naturally a bit quicker. No, this was a legit lap. This was a legit lap, and that 3:55.4 is amazing. That's a great job. Especially to think that he had lap times where he was about 2 seconds slower. Great effort. And with that, he can get back into the game. Definitely. Yeah, definitely a quick lap. I'm not sure what's the quickest lap of Group 3 cars in this race, because obviously only the Group 1 cars are shown. But 55 low, maybe 2 or 1 are possible. I'm not sure if someone did a 54. And honestly, great respect to those drivers. I didn't drove many 55s because I always try to be on the safe side of track limits. So I was in the low 56 to mid 56 region mostly, and had maybe a handful or a dozen laps only in the 55s at best. So if he can continue with this pace, is going to close the gap really really quick, because it used to be 30 seconds, now it's only 28, so he gained 2 seconds because of that lap. Yeah, and Ben is continuing to do it. 27.7, and he's running time. Good job. Hey, and Confi with the first 58. Great improvement. Great improvement. Mostly doing 4 minutes zeros or even 4 minute ones. Now he's getting there. Finally. Great job. I don't know if you were aware, Kevin, but Confi is not really driving. It is Confi's brother, and he jumped in on short notice. Basically, Stints 6 was running when they got informed, and Confi asked his brother if he could jump in, and he did, because he didn't have delivery and delivery of the car and everything. He's driving with Confi's account, but he's doing a great job. Yeah, a bit of a mix. Can go to the car. I mean, that British Racing Green obviously is Aston Martin's color, but I think it suits us well, and Marcus did the design and had the idea to copy that Alpine French tricolor flag, which I think works surprisingly well, despite it being with green, another green tone, black, blue, white and red, 6 different colors, but yeah, I think it works. Yeah, thank you, Nana. Hey, Slim, what do you give Outlaw for breakfast? He's running away now. 11, now 12 seconds ahead of Eddie. He's flying. Nothing happened to Vegeta. The Porsche he's driving uses way more fuel than the Toyotas, so he's not able to do the same stints as the Toyotas. He has to stop one more time, and he already pitted for a second time, while all the other drivers have yet to make their second pit stop. That's why he's behind. When Eddie's pitted, Eddie's behind Shishiman as well, and when an Outlaw's pitted, Vegeta should be within 5 seconds of Outlaw, but obviously has to make one more stop, so it's big of a question mark where Vegeta will come out of the end of the race, approaching half distance now. He's 16 seconds ahead behind Shishiman, so I think he can manage to outpace or pace him for the 3rd place. But it's going to be really difficult to get Eddie, because Eddie's pace is consistently good. Wow, yeah, Confi said he didn't practice a single meter with the SLS, yeah. In a way, it shows. The first laps weren't really great, but he's picking up the pace lap by lap, and yeah, look, he did the second 58 in a row now, and despite not being at the pace, he's incredibly consistent. His lap times are so close to each other. He doesn't have a big mistake. I'm not sure if I saw one time penalty for him. I think this is a mega job from him. Yes, the pace isn't where he wanted to be, but for having no practice, this is remarkably good. And when overtaking with Group 1s, nothing. No problems. Great race intelligence. Let's see what happens now. After I said he's doing such a great job. He's doing such a great job. Not an easy position, but he let Outlaw pass on the outside there. Outlaw's tires are not in the best condition anymore. He has fuel for maybe 2 additional laps after this one. Eddie's tires are in a bit better condition, but I think Eddie is only capable of doing 1 more lap after this one. I think then he has to pit. Similar situation for Shishi Man. Could be close. Definitely loses now to Vegeta, who uses the fresh rubber to good use. 3:20.9 and 3:21.0. Quick lap times, close each other, and yeah, it's definitely needed. He has to make up ground now. The gap is definitely coming down now because Outlaw can't use the tires that well as Vegeta right now, obviously. So this brings Vegeta back into contention to be right behind, or maybe even just ahead of Outlaw. And they could have a battle where Vegeta gets pushed in tow, save some fuel or something. I don't think he can run away with that. Outlaw's pace has been slightly better, 2 or 3 tenths per lap, which isn't very much considering this track length. And it's just so difficult to drive away if a driver has the slipstream. He catches half a second each straight, and you can't outpace such an advantage, which is crazy to think about because the slipstream strength is on real, not on strong. Kevin, I can't remember, did you drove the Toyota or the Porsche in Spa? I remember that we drove the Audi, which was amazing on the straights, but yeah, suffered too much in the second sector. I can't remember, was it the Audi? No, was it the Porsche? I think it was the Porsche. It was a really fun race because we were strong in the opposite sections. The Audi was strong in the first sector and in the last sector by a second or something, and you were a Toyota, and you were quicker by a second on average or in the mid sector, so really fun to see. Outlaw, yeah, should be able to squeeze another lap with those with this fuel. Had a terrible last lap though, 24.9. Maybe some back markers or time penalty. If I look at the map, I guess a time penalty because that's unusual. It's really far off his pace. Ah, thanks. F1 airdrift to Porsche. Okay, Outlaw, despite having some fuel left, is going to pit. Same for Eddie. Eddie definitely will lose the position to Vegeta. I'm not sure about Outlaw. It's going to be close. The last lap, he said, it wasn't great. Oh no! Shishi Man lost. Stay away from the track. Yes. 2 cars are going through there. It's Confi and Vegeta. Gladly, no damage, nothing happened, because this could have been nasty. If an accident happened there, it would have destroyed the races of 3 teams. Okay, Outlaw still in pits. Vegeta is said to be ahead. I believe it only if I see it. He's still standing in the pit lane, and there he is. It's going to get close because Vegeta has a lot of speed, but it's just enough for Outlaw to stay ahead. Really important to get those corners now right, because it's decide if you have the slipstream or not. A lot of curb there, a lot of risk from Vegeta, but it's paying off as he having the toe. And see, the gap was just under 3/4 seconds. Now it's 3/10, 2/10. Is he even going for an attack move here, or is he saving fuel? He's saving maybe some fuel, difficult to tell. Straight wasn't long enough. Outlaw's really good at accelerating out of these corners. Vegeta is losing a bit of time there, and now he's catching up though. But it's crucial for Outlaw to get the exit right, because there's a chance to get the gap above 3/4 second, and with that, breaking the toe. I hope Ben is aware that the leading 2 cars are arriving. Stay where you are, and they... Oh! That looked like Outlaw was betting that Vegeta wasn't aware that Ben was ahead there, and throw the car away, so Vegeta would be surprised that there's a slow car immediately ahead of him. Definitely takes the lead now for the moment. Quite unusual. Outlaw can't make this happen. And a crash. Yeah, and Vegeta has damage, and Outlaw is fine. And I think this wasn't correct. I think this is something the stewards will look and have to penalize. He was so far behind. Why did he have to make a move there? Why did he have to make a move? He was so far behind. He was aware that the other driver has to do one more stop. He could have waited for the next straight and could have gotten him. Yeah, difficult decision now mid-stint. What are you about to do? If you pit, you have to do. You could do make it maybe with 2 stops from now. Well, it's a stretch, and if you continue, you're driving with a slow car. Yeah, he decides he has to continue with that. Yeah, I'm sorry. The pace from Outlaw, A+. Great pace. But the driving standard, I'm not happy with that. And that's not. I'm not saying that because of that accident. I've said that, I don't know, maybe an hour before. Let's see, there was a 3:30, so roughly 10-second time loss. I'm curious to see what the next lap times are about to be, to have an indicator how much they lose because of the damage. Yeah. Opens the door definitely now for Eddie for an easier second place. I think Vegeta would have had a hard time. He was 15 seconds ahead, I think, in front of Eddie, but with one stop he would have needed 30 more seconds to get that position. Bit of a shame, because from a driving standard, in my what I've seen on track whilst driving and on stream was really fair. But Outlaw is an aggressive driver. I think he just went over the line there a bit. Giving you an update. Confi is back to the 4 minutes, which isn't too bad considering that his tires are degrading. And Ben sliding again. I'm sorry, I was focused on the Group 1s because it was that exciting. Freezy's gap is now almost 37 seconds, sorry. It's been 4.5 hours for me right now. Lap times are good though. We have 57.5, which is okay, and 2 56s. There was one lap with a 4:06. That's 10 seconds off. That wasn't great. I don't know what's happened there. Must have been 2 big penalties or having really big problems with traffic. I don't know. That's quite unusual to lose about 10 seconds in one lap. Freezy's lap times. The 55.1 obviously is great, but then had a 4-minute lap time. Vegeta closing in. Freezy has to take the corner first, not ideal for Vegeta. But the man... Oh, Freezy got the second for that, because he was looking to get away as quickly as possible to don't interrupt his teammate. Shit happens. Eddie is behind. Just checking on the lap times, 24.2 for Eddie. 27.4, so this is... Okay, he had some traffic. Maybe 5-second loss. That's quite a bit. And we have Ben in the pit lane for a scheduled pit stop in lap 24 for him. He has a penalty though of 1.5 seconds. His last in-lap was a 4:54. So I'm curious what's going to be this time. Going to 8th position at the moment as Confi stays out for one more lap. 4:44, so his last in-lap was 10 seconds slower somehow. Obviously, as a DLL person, I'm happy that Freezy is set for a good race at the moment. But I'm also cheering for Ben. He's driving good. You can see this guy is trying everything and is overdriving the car, is sliding. He wants to give it everything. Confi has to pit in this lap. Freeze's gap is a minute at the moment, but he has to pit for a third stop as well. Problem for the others, after this third stop, it's going to be one more stop for him and two for the others, so it's looking quite chill. I'll be back. So I'm back and right to see Freezy choke. What did I miss? Chat. Despite Freezy choking. Okay, the gaps. 1:25 because Freezy has to pit this lap. Ben's pace is good. 56.6 is good. 58.9 not so much. And another time penalty, so Ben has to get this act together. Comfy went into pits. And what happened at the front? Outlaw still in the lead, 13 seconds ahead of Eddie. And yeah, Vegeta is losing at least 5 seconds a lap thanks to that, and this is ruining his race. I mean, it has been 27, 28, 29, 30, somehow, for some reason. Look at Vegeta's lap times. You see 23, 24, and so on. 27, 28, 28, 29, 32, 31, 32. For some reason it's messed up. Yeah. What's this gap? 25 seconds. This is still bearable because it's going to be 1 minute 10 and he has some advantage. Okay, my stream froze on my tablet, but should be alright. Could I get a random chat comment to see if I still get it? The stream should be alright. Okay, stream's back. Tendo, yeah, that's really random. Thanks, Slim. Slim, what's your opinion on Outlaw? Obviously, as a DLL driver, when someone has an incident with a DLL driver, I have already an opinion, or somewhat of an opinion, because something bad happened to my team. But what is your opinion? I would like to hear that. Because the last thing I want to do is to do someone injustice. It's my feeling that he's driving over the top aggressive. Not unfairly, but over the top aggressively, and thus creating scenarios where something shouldn't happen. And if he controls that better and waits for a better opportunity, he could be even further ahead. Yeah, wouldn't have done that. That's the thing I really enjoy in endurance racing. It is the long game. In 1 hour sprint, you have to make everything work at the exact time, or you lose too much time. In endurance race, you don't have anything. If you give everything 100% for 90% of the race, but don't have any energy left for the last 10%, so you're toying, or not toying. You're looking to manage your energy and what you do, so that you can do the best thing for the whole thing. You can't have 3 hours only attack mode. That's not possible. Anyway, Vegeta's finally went to the pit lane, lap 32nd, so it's as scheduled, and I'm glad he can finally repair that. I hope he's not pressing X once too many times. To be honest, I would like to be in the party if that would happen, just to hear the outrage. Let's see if he managed to do that. Our player is far behind. Nothing will happen there. P3, Shishiman already ahead. Fuel goes in. Come on. Don't do anything stupid. Yeah, that sounds good. And as good as new, we continue. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Freezy, 38 seconds ahead. Controlling. And we have Eddie as a ghost. That looks like auto drive. I wonder if after almost 2 hours Eddie had to say, okay, I can't hold it anymore, I have to visit the toilet. I hope it's something like this and not a real issue where, yes, connection issue, but it looks fine now. So hopefully it was a stupid thing like this and no real problem, and he can continue, because he's looking good for a second position at the moment. So does Shishi Man for P3. Vegeta had a good shot at P3 and also P2, but now Vegeta has to close a gap of 17 seconds on track. Both drivers, P3, Shishi Man and P4, Vegeta have to do one more stop. Vegeta has to close the gap on his own. That's going to be a hell of a task. Lap times from Eddie, 22.5. Good. What do you expect? Confi, I feel some kind of anger in that message, like I would pronounce that name incorrectly. Sorry, I promise I don't do this on purpose. I'm just a pleb who can't read English names. I say the man from the Isle, or the man from the United Kingdom. I don't know. I have to think about a great nickname. I have about an hour for that. That's the task. We can't finish this race without a good nickname. So don't butcher this name every time. I'm sorry. You know, we used to have a driver we only called Ein Williams, one Williams driver. That was nice. Vegeta about to meet Confi. Oh, he did really want to go for that move, but decided otherwise last second, because that Merc was clearly ahead. It looks like that Confi thought, okay, I better have to move, otherwise there will be contact. Felt the pressure, and I think that's the very first time penalty we see of Confi's brother. Otherwise, top performance for that what it is, really. Last two lap times, solid 59s. Outlaw handed himself a time penalty, but is flying at the moment, really. 21/7, except lap time, except 6/10. That's nothing. Eddie's catching up, obviously, thanks to that, but 20 seconds is something. you don't lose if you don't make a silly mistake. So I think Outlaw is going to be the winner of this stint. The only way he's not is if he's involved in an incident or he's doing a mistake on his own. The man with the number 99 in third position. That's too long, I guess. And that's the emergency exit. Haven't seen a driver using that the whole race. That's a first. Gladly, nothing happened. Find the reverse gear and just a small time loss, nothing big. Definitely helps Vegeta though, because that was about 10 seconds. Oh, Ben was not paying attention, was maybe burning off a time penalty and coming back on track in a very dangerous manner there. Oh. Okay, that's action finally, ladies and gents. Difficult to see, but Ben was ghosted and on the outside for the first Porsche corners. And there was some contact with the number 99. And yeah, I don't know if it was a misunderstanding or if one driver thought, okay, that's my corner, and yeah, I don't know, cost him definitely some time. It says 4 minutes 10 this lap, so 10-15 seconds time loss there. Freezy's now 50 seconds ahead. Freezy's had a rubbish lap 29 as well. Almost 4 minutes. I assume there was time penalty involvement. Now, it's been a long stint, already 2 hours in, and it's the second or even the third stint for some drivers, and drivers are getting more and more tired, and that's, I think, a natural thing to happen. I think we have some drivers here. Confi's here. We have from COC at least 2 drivers here. What was your impression on the 3-hour stint? In my opinion, it was really well. Worked well. Because strategy played wasn't as linear. You could do multiple strategies, and strategies separated the field and bring them back together at the end, which was interesting. And for the driving itself, I think it was fine, because you had also always someone around you was fighting against, and that kept concentration and, most importantly, I think, motivation high to continue. Okay, my stream on the tablet died once more. This channel is offline. I do think not. Okay, let's go through the field in the meantime. 80, 20 seconds drift. 99 and Vegeta. That's an interesting battle. I will go through the field and then rejoin this. Yes, Slim, love this track. Yeah, agree. I don't know why, because Le Mans is half of it only straights. It doesn't have much shoot, but I just like this track. I would be okay if you say, okay, we drive Le Mans for the next race as well. I wouldn't care. I really enjoy this. R player already lapped by Outlaw, is 4 minutes behind in 5th position. Freezy at the beginning of this stint. Still good tires, lap times 57 high. Not brilliant, but okay. And now I focus here because there may be an opportunity for one driver to get away or getting hold up. And it seems like 99 lost a bit of ground because Freezy was just at his second apex. Obviously, he jumps out of the way for Vegeta. I think that is expected, but nowhere really shy, man. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Sorry. The 99 could have gone, and also no way Freezy could have avoided that. But to be honest, I'm quite happy that Vegeta doesn't have the slipstream, so no one can say, there was an unfair doing, there was an unfair advantage. And I think, yes, we had incidents obviously, but the racing was fair. How's it possible to get it worse every time? Hang on, it's a Shy woman. There, got you there. I believe a Confi is driving from Switzerland now to Germany and killing me first-handedly. Or not killing, but maybe get my tongue out or something so that I can never speak again. Sheesh, man. Well, there's an not Y. What is it? Ypsilon. Y in the name. Is it completely silent then? I think we maybe see an overtake now. As Vegeta's definitely close to the Toyota. Question is, does he want to overtake at this spot? Our player is ghosting. Interesting, I hope. Yeah, stays ghosted. Nothing happened because of it. Great. I think this is a good overtaking opportunity when you can get past here with the sequence of corners that follow. You maybe have a chance to get away. But not this time. Oh, they're so close to each other. I was having a look, but decides otherwise. Because, heck, why would you risk anything if you can wait half a minute or a minute and then have an easy passing opportunity on a straight? It's she. Okay? She, man. Please tell me that I butchered it not this time. She, man. Okay? Can we agree on that? I get so bullied. I get so bullied when I join RSC for the DTM season. I will join the lobby and everyone is going to be like, oh, it's him. You know what to do. Vegeta's 3/10 behind. I think he's not close enough to do a move. Yeah, or in a braking zone. Quick look around, 21 seconds to Eddie. Then we have almost a minute between Eddie and those two, so Eddie can pit, and he's still in front of this duo. Confi. I know how I can learn this. You have to make a meme with Hermione Granger with it's Leviosa, not Leviosa. You have to make that one. Okay, not the greatest exit by Shishi Man. And Vegeta's trying to do a move around the outside. I wouldn't advise to do that, just wait, it's not worth it. Get the exit right and live another day. Ow! Confi, I'm screenshotting that. That's a good one. That's a good one. Still nothing happens here. Vegeta is close enough to get Slipstream though, but yeah, can't make anything out of it. Comparing of fuel, we have Shishi Man, don't kill me please, with 1/4 left, and Vegeta with half left. Bit of half. I wonder if he's fencing a move here. It would be risky. Yeah, and this one, Shishi Man doesn't let that happen. He's going to defend that. Because it's really an unusual place. If you let someone by, or someone gets by, your line is ruined because you can't turn in because there's another car. And those four corners are really single file. You can't go side by side without losing massively time. Vegeta, okay. Offering of peace, because I'm butchering Shishi's name all the time. I call it Vegeta all the time instead of Vegeta. So a name for a name. That's my peace offering. And this time it should be enough for Vegeta. Ah, just. I think Vegeta has the better pace. Was able to get a good margin before that incident happened, but it's one way if you have clean air, no one around you to drive away. It's a completely different story if you have that guy behind you and he's getting a slipstream all the time and is getting a massive tow over and over again. Comfy, that's brilliant. I saw the meme. Well done. Shishi man, not Shishi woman. Perfect. Anyway, it's closing in, but I don't think it's close enough to make a move here. Or is it? He has the outside. Yeah, backs out of it. I think it was the clever move, because through Indianapolis into that tight hairpin is always risky. And we are, oh my god, we're in the last hour of the race. Yeah, and that's definitely a point in time where you don't want to risk your car. And no matter what, they're getting a great result. Looking a bit again through the field, I don't know what happened to our player. He's having an engine engine damage, bumper, front bumper, and one tire. And he is ghosting, I don't know from how many laps. If we look at the time screen table, it must have happened in lap 33 already, because that was 20 seconds slower. And since then he's basically 1 minute slower. So we have to keep that in mind if we count this as a disconnect, that this happened in lap 33. He drove lap 33, and after lap 33 he was like disconnected, because I think it wouldn't be fair to count this as race time, because he's losing 1 minute a lap. I mean, if he continued this for roughly 20 laps, that's 20 minutes. That wouldn't be fair, and it would totally destroy the team's efforts for the previous 6 stints. Freezy is 1 minute 11 ahead and has one more stop to do, and Ben, it's lap 33. It's going to be 11 or 12 laps. I think 11 is possible. You can do that. You have to save a lot, but it's possible. 12 laps, yes, you have to save even more, and I think you will lose a lot of time, like 20, 30, 40 seconds. I'm not sure, but we'll lose a lot of time. Otherwise, he has to do 2 stops, and that will put him close to the 2 minute mark to Freezy. No way! No way! He fall asleep mid-race. No way. Tell me that's a joke, please. I get that you have to go to toilet or something, but asleep? No way. The leaders in the pit lane with a 23-second gap. Yeah, Eddie could have gotten the lead back, but he has to pit too. Has also pit, and that means no change, because Vegeta and Shishi Man are yeah, a minute behind. Minute 20 even, so no way they're going to get there in time. I'm curious if we if he will pit this lap or next lap. It's just turn red, so that's usually round 1 lap, and he would need 1.1, maybe 1.2 for another lap. So he could decide to say, okay, hey, F it, I go for another lap and use the toe of the driver ahead, which he just lost through the Porsche corners. Yeah, I think now that he lost that, he should go for the undercut and put pressure with fresh rubber, good lap times on Vegeta, but it chose not to do. Wow. Okay, that sounds completely different than the match before. Comfy, I hope he's well. He's not overdone himself like something serious. I hope he's well. F. Yeah, okay, now reading that, look after yourself. Then it's definitely the right decision to have a break mid-race, even if it lost time. I mean, in the end, it's just a stupid race, and that race is stands against your health, and this is countless times more important anytime. With the first match, I thought this was something like Sekundenschlaf, falling asleep for a second, and then again and again, and I say, okay, then I had to stop, or like, okay, I'm sleeping, I'm pressing stop, and then sleeping for real and don't do anything on the wheel, so it stays in the menu, something like this. Okay, with 13 laps to go, Outlaw 24 seconds and Eddie 8 seconds ahead of Vegeta are done with their pit stops. They're driving to the end, whilst Vegeta has to do one more stop. So does Shishiman. Vegeta, one more stop to go. His car can't do 12 laps easily without saving too much fuel and this way losing time. So he has no chance to cover the undercut that is coming this lap. And this gives Shishiman an opportunity to close this 3 seconds. I mean, the disadvantage, he has to use fuel for 12 laps, while Vegeta has to use fuel for 10 laps. A bit more fuel goes in there, so maybe longer pit stop time. But he has the opportunity to drive away in those 2-3 laps he has, and at least give him a hard time. So the leaders are on lap 41. I think he had a mistake there. Gap was 3 seconds, now it's 3.6. But no big deal. Into the pits we must go. Our player not ghosted anymore, but still with engine damage, and I hope he sees that there's a driver behind him coming up. No, he doesn't. I can't believe it. I'm sorry, I can't blame our player for that. Definitely wasn't the best situation, the best place. In a way, he was on the racing line, but he drove forward, and there was plenty of time to react. To see, okay, that driver in front of me is driving really slowly. Maybe be extra careful. Yeah. Good thing for Vegeta is that happens one lap ahead of his scheduled pit stop, so he can come in this lap and has a bit of fuel saving to do. I think that's better to do, to save one lap of fuel rather than drive one lap with such high damage. And that will help this man, because he has free air, free track, and can make up a lot of seconds. Obviously, once because of Vegeta's damage right now, he's going to have a slower lap time, but also because he has to repair the thing, and that will cost another, I don't know, 5 seconds maybe. So I think on all, race pace really strong here from Vegeta, but luck distance definitely not there. Kevin Johnny drove the stint before. Yeah, he didn't practice much, and unfortunately that showed. I mean, he practiced once or twice only for an hour, and his lap times weren't any good, and in a way it was fortunate that the lobby disconnected, so they started again because from that moment he was a bit quicker. He found like 3/4 of a second to a second, but still wasn't really on pace. Yeah, you missed him, sorry. I'm sorry, if our player is asleep, I think after that he's definitely awake. Yeah, I think 1.5 seconds. He doesn't give a single shit about that right now. He's probably pissed about that. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just really happy that I don't have to deal with that. No arguing, no bullshit debate. All I have to do is save the clip, watch the replay, and then with the steward say, okay, this wasn't ideal. Is one driver at fault here? And then say, okay, we have to make a decision, and the decision is this and that. I'm really looking to all that bullshit. So, our player obviously into the pits as well. Yeah, and with that, I guess the positions are sorted. I don't think we see a change of position anymore in this race because Outlaw is 24 seconds ahead. Eddie, I don't see Outlaw making such a big mistake in the last 10 laps. Eddie can't close the gap on his own. There's no way. Here, 1 minute ahead, 5 seconds, that will turn into 7 at least, maybe 8. And to close that, I don't know, despite it's 11 laps for Vegeta. And there's some fuel management needed. I don't see him closing 8 seconds with saving fuel. Our player in 5th position. I don't. This is going to be really tricky to get a fair verdict what the gap should be for all those laps he was ghosted. Whoa! Did I just see that? Did you see that too? He was flying. I don't know if that track limit was for not driving on the ground, but it was definitely burned in the wrong place. So Freezy's having a 2-minute lead over Ben. Ben not really having good lap times. He should have been in the pits lap 33 and then had a 4-minute 2 and a 4-minute 6. That's way too slow. Anyway, I think it doesn't change the outcome, so it's better to drive it without risking anything. Good job from Confi. Just 6.5 seconds behind, so maybe we do see one more fight for position after all. Yeah, correct. Spa, everything with these bollards. Spa has 3 or 4 spots with that, I think. I'm not sure if other tracks have them though. Can't think of one off the top of my head. Freeze is in for his final stop. So the gap should come down finally after that. Don't see... I mean, it's 9 laps. I think, yeah, Ben should be able to do that with this set of tires and fuel. Ah, map 6. Okay. Thanks, Ben. Didn't saw that earlier. So Ben is driving in engine saving mode 6 to get to the end without doing one more extra stop. Ben, if you can hear me, Confi behind you, or Confi's brother, so to speak, has very similar fuel to you. So if you don't mind, we would appreciate a good fight for that position. If you don't mind. Outlaw in lap 43. Losing a bit of time, but yeah, nothing really of importance. Controlling that race. Curious to see what happens though when stewards had a look at everything. What their verdict is. Ah, Ben with a time penalty of a second. Yes, it's difficult. I mean, you're losing 10 seconds right now a lap. But if you have to do this for 4 laps, it's worth it because you lose 40 seconds, but a pit stop is costing you 45 to 50 seconds. It's a bit of a question for how long does he have to save this much. If he thinks he's okay with the fuel this lap or the next lap, then it should be okay. Otherwise, yeah, then I agree with you, Kevin. He should have just pitted one more time, but I don't complain if we get another battle here on the track. Okay, I have no idea what you meant with that, with the last comment. Time penalty, definitely costly for Ben now, as Confi is closing in and not driving. Now driving by, or do you really want to be there? Yeah, Confi's losing time there. I think he should have just waited this one out. Now he lost a lot of momentum. Freezy's looking very secure at the moment, can drive to the end. Our player, middle of nowhere really. Vegeta, what does the lap time say? 22.3. It's gaining a second, so if he continue to do this, 22.6. 23, almost 3, 23.3, that's enough, okay. I wonder what's the best strategy for this one. If you don't save fuel at all and just try to push to get in slipstream range and just save as much as you can for as long as you can, and really just attack in the last half lap of the race. Or if you save fuel every now and then so you have enough, because he has to save for 1 lap in total. What? Is that cost? I'm sorry. Didn't even notice. In German we have a saying, es ist auch für mich die 6. Stunde. When a teacher says it's been also the 6th hour lesson for me. It's been a long day, please forgive me. Been driving 2 stints and commentating 2. It's been 12 hours and I enjoy driving and enjoy the commentating, but I hope you can understand that I'm also glad when I'm free in about half an hour and this is done. the Sheesh still in third position and with a personal best. Don't want to give a single chance for Vegeta. No, it's all right. It's all right. Didn't took that in a negative way. Absolutely not. Don't worry. $22.5. I have to say, Outlaw is cruising now. He can afford it. Lap times aren't really bad. I mean, the lap before was a 21.7, which is good. 22.8, not so much, but he can afford it. The gap to Vegeta is close though. I mean, what was it? I think it was just over 2 minutes. Could be 2 minutes 40 or 1 minute 40. I'm not sure. But the gap is crucial for them. In a way, I can understand. You've driven for 2.5 hours and you're that close to the end, so you don't want to risk anything. But you never know. Maybe something happens and you then maybe a second of another driver, another team, because you took it too easy. Eight seconds, yeah. Personal best, wow, 22.3. So that 21 was the outlap. So he's not really posting stunning lap times, but always consistent lap times, and that's the reason why he's that good positioned in this race. I mean, if we compare that to the 19.7, which is absolutely stunning, there's a 2.5 second gap, which is crazy. Is crazy, unbelievable. But he's doing that area of lap times, lap for lap, and it's been working really well for him. I mean, if you look at those lap times, they're a little bit more spread out, which has something to do with traffic and having the damage. I think that's really a good strength of the Cheech. I'm staying with that one. The Cheech. Maybe Outlaw hurt me, or his colleagues from COC told him, "Hey, you're still awake. Drive a bit quicker." He did. Unfortunately, he managed to get himself a 3-second time penalty as well. 25 minutes. I'm curious to see where we finish, because in the stints I drove, the leader was done by 2 hours 59 minutes or even 58 minutes, so it was really close, but bit under 3 hours. And Outlaw's pace was maybe one of the quickest. I'm not sure. Top Racer's pace was really strong too, but unfortunately this stint had to be shortened. So I think we will have a bit of this then. Ben going for the counter-attack on Confi. I hope you could hear that. Tire squeeze from Ben. He's really hard with his tires, really taking a lot from them. And this was his wrongdoing at the end of each stint. So maybe he can escape, but in the last 2 laps he really has to pull everything together. Otherwise he's losing a lot of time and invites Confi right back in. Ben is dead tired. I don't know since when is he up. I'm up since a bit before 2 o'clock. And I absolutely hate myself because I have something to do later. Come back, watch the F1 race. And I don't know, that's probably finished just before 11 p.m. So I've been up for 20 hours. I mean, at this point, it's not that long to go. I think motivation is, in a way, is in the low, like, oh my god, I've been doing this for so long, and it's still going, and in a way it's really high, because, okay, it's not that long, and I got it, I'm ahead of this driver. Hope he can motivate himself. One RSC car overtakes another. LC Ben is ghosting. Hang in there. What? 32 plus hours, bro, that's not healthy. Also, what a lad. Being up for 32 hours, driving a 3-hour race and have time to listen to the stream and have the time to pause this game on the straight to reply. Yeah, Vegeta, I think there's no chance the gap open up by another second. I think that's a lot of tiredness, a lot of frustration, plus having to save fuel. I mean, this lap was a 24-0 basically. There was one driver behind, so maybe also a bit of back markers being at the wrong place for them at the moment. Yeah, Confi, you do, I don't know. That's crazy. What you have done? Like, okay, I'm driving a 24-hour race. That's not enough racing for 1 week, and I have to drive another Formula 1 race. Okay, that's still not enough. Hey brother, you have to drive one stint too. I have to see that. Like, okay, how much drive time there were only on your PlayStation? You drove 2 stints? 6 hours. Now your brother's driving 9 hours. You commentated once in 12 hours, and you had the Formula 1 race, which is at least 1 hour if it's a 50% race. So, well, 14 hours at least, 15 maybe. And you made A-class memes in the meantime. Have to give you that. we go to Sleepy Boy Ben. No one drifts as good as Ben. Confi's brother with a small problem in the last lap. 2 to 3 seconds of pace. Second PS2 has to brag about Switzerland and all the money Swiss have. Feels German, man. Feels sad. Just kidding. Another 2 hours. You mad? Next time, when we do a 24-hour race, why don't you drive all by yourself? No teammates, all by yourself. Quick look, we're in lap 48 for the leader. So 7 more laps. A bit more than 15 minutes, quarter hour. For Germans. Yeah. I guess this is it for me then. I made a joke about rich Swiss people. That's a stereotype. I'm cancelled now. Am I? Practice went into GTS. Yeah, priorities. That right. But nice that you got points there. What was the track? That's not the stereotype. Abu Dhabi. I somewhat liked Abu Dhabi, despite it's been somewhat dull track, but I liked it always in the games. I wouldn't mind if Gran Turismo would add some Arabian tracks. Okay, politics and human rights, completely different story, and I think Formula 1 should consider this or ignore this. It doesn't ignore this like they do now, but the tracks there are really great. I have to say that, on a fair standpoint of view. Like, I mean, we have in Gran Turismo Special Route X, which is 5 minutes long, and you see a lot of people in the Emirates joining those lobby. It's a bit of a stereotype that they drive those road cars, those very strong, fast road cars, and just drives in a straight line. But yeah, I think there's some interesting there, and I'm not too familiar with rides for each track. I can imagine it's not easy to get some rides because like Abu Dhabi is in Formula 1, Dubai is now in Formula 1 as well, and MotoGP, so that would be difficult, something like that. But yeah, for some real world tracks variation, I would be thankful. But number 1 track I would like to see is Kyalami, South Africa. I think it's really a shame that we don't have Africa on the map. Dubai has a circuit as well, Confi. I'm not sure, I think it was in Project Cars, but nothing else major. I'm not aware if iRacing has a track, but Dubai has also a racetrack. Yeah, or did I say Dubai is in Formula 1? In that case you're correct and I'm wrong. So I hope Ben's still awake. Hang in there, buddy. Oh! Nice drift. Yeah, now I know you're awake. Nice drift. Don't overdo it, please. You're hanging in there. You defend that position, and Comfy's brother is 8.5 seconds behind. You can hold that. Don't overdo it. Yeah, that statement is correct of yours. When I say Dubai is in F1, then I've done a mistake. Obviously, it's not Dubai, it's Qatar. You're correct. Should I say Luca or Luca? Like with a fake Italian accent, which is really bad. Luca. Eight hours GT3 race TV in Dubai. I'm not sure what races I saw. I think the last races I saw there were the local Formula 4. Must have been Formula 4, which was entertaining. I think I can manage Luca. You know, Comfy, I know my limits, and Luca, the name is really hard and it's really close to the limit, but I guess it's just within limits. Seems like Outlaw is chilling. 21 seconds, lost a bit. Had some mediocre laps, 23 high, 24 mid-range, and then I think just for the fun of it, just posting a 20 low. Oh, good for Eddie. He posted his personal best 2 laps ago, 21.2. So not that banger of a lap time, but if you look at the last 10 laps, he got more consistent. So well done to him too, and a deserved second place. Ignoring the incidents Outlaw and Vegeta had, I think it would have been difficult for him, for Vegeta, to hold onto that second place, because he had to make one more stop. The pace of Eddie was good all race long. Yeah, sure. Just lapped Freezy and is about to begin lap 50, 7.4 seconds. So thanks to the Porsche, who is just using more fuel, I think he has to save some fuel. Also, he drove a long time today, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's just tired now. So, and as I'm aware, if he finish with this gap to P1, it would be the overall win for this team. Obviously, we have to check again if all gaps are correct, and when all steward decisions are made. I think as it stands now, it's a double win in both classes, a win for DLL at the moment. A player with time penalty. Is he coming back, or has he stopped once more? Freezy's a woman 50 ahead. Oh, that was close. Ben got shoved wide by his own league colleague, Outlaw. You're 22 seconds ahead. Can't you afford to lose 2-3 seconds there? Yeah. 2 laps to go. And the field is somewhat spread out. I think we can keep this up. Oh, come on, Bam, what did you do? 7 seconds penalty. Luca is 11.5 behind you. I'm afraid that you're going to get overtaken. You're kidding, Slim. He killed his own teammate in the first stint. I'm not sure if I remember correctly. It's been a long time ago. But I think, yeah, there was something. I remember at one... Yeah, I remember. I was fighting with you and had a different strategy, and for some reason at once you weren't there anymore. I expected you to be, I don't know, 5 seconds ahead, 5 seconds behind me, I can't remember. But then suddenly you weren't there anymore. And the question, well, what happened? Why aren't they there? Okay, I think Luca is absolutely done himself. Last lap, 4:04. What has been some traffic or penalty? But keep hanging in there. The leader starting the final lap in about a bit of a minute, a bit more. So it's 1 more lap for you all. Yeah. Good thing is we have the replays, we can watch that things again and then look into it. I can't believe it, but it's almost done, the 24 hours. We started 16 o'clock, we're a bit over time with about half of an hour, but I think it's great that we finished the last stint as it was meant to be after we had to cut stint 5 and 6 with the full 3 hours. For real? No, no way. Writing chat config your indicators on. No way, it is for real! Wait, I thought it was a joke, like you should better check that in the middle of the corners or something, like a joke. Confi, better saying Luca, is confusing them all. What a lad. No practice getting in here, being reasonably on pace and blinking till the end. Last lap for Outlaw. Eddie started his last lap as well, and the Sheesh and Vegeta have to somewhat still to go, a bit off. Our player managed to get damage somehow, hadn't that in picture. Front bumper and front right tire, but it's the last lap, so it doesn't matter too much. A couple of seconds, yes. We're better the other way around, but get to the line, that's important. Come on, Luca. 4 seconds, that's nothing. I hope you two have enough fuel, Ben, Luca. It's blinking red, and I don't like that. Outlaw, half a lap to go. switching through the field. Yeah, but nothing will change. The gaps are too big, so then you get a bit of the spotlight for your amazing drifts and being awake for 1.5 days straight, like a madman. You have fuel, okay. If you say so. I'm increasing the gap to 5 seconds. Just enough. I think it was maximum. They finished. Nice drift. They finished stint 6 with no fuel at all. They ran out of fuel. I don't know, 200, 300 meters left to go, and they had to roll with, I don't know, 90 kph or something over the line. Going to Outlaw. He had a damn good pace that race, and is now coming home after 2 hours, 59 minutes and what, 12 seconds it's going to be, and is going to win the last stint, P1, and with that, the race, the 24 hours are finally over. We've done it. I hope everyone enjoyed that. Eddie deserved second place, I think. Great race from him. GG's. We have Shishi and Confi rolling home. Vegeta, yeah, found some ground. I think a bit of easy going for Shishi here. But Vegeta, yeah, can't close 4 seconds in like 5 corners left to go. Our player is over the line. Congrats. And a bit disappointing for Vegeta, but he is behind, despite it's just being what, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. P3 for RC and the Sheesh. Ben comes home P7, Vegeta P4. I think that is enough for the overall win. Not over the line yet is Freezy. Confi is now over the line. GG's to Luca for having no preparation whatsoever, jumping in here. It is a long race, 3 hours. Doesn't know the car and everything here, and managed to do a great job. And with that, we can watch Freezy for 1 more minute as he is cruising home. 2 minutes 6 ahead of Ben. And yeah, congratulations. I think in P3 we have one of the RC teams in Group 1. Second is COC, I believe. Could be the other way around. We have to check when we have the gaps from this stint as well. And in first place it should be DLL, I think. They had a big gap and they lost some time, but not enough. And I'm not sure about the standings. It should be RC in P3 for GT3s, then COC in second place, and that I know DLL2 has won the Group 3 class. Nice helmet, Outlaw. Well made. So member list, just confirming all the settings, but that looking good. So it's also on stream. Save the replay. And I'm back. I need 5 minutes to drink something. And then I hopefully can give a better insight on the final standings after we have all gaps from this stint. So, test. Is that thing still on? Should have the gaps from the last stint in a few minutes. Let's see. If you're part of our Discord, we will post that soon, and I will post the results later today. I hope I have time for that. On our Twitter. So you can see the gaps there as well. So most of the gaps have been submitted. We are looking for 3 gaps that are open. I can't give you the results right now because it could change for those gaps that are missing. You just wait, Sunshine. You just wait. So, I can give you now confirmation about the result of Group 1. In 7th position, we have RLO. In 6th position, we have B and R. They both failed to attend the last stint, so obviously they took a lot of time there. And in P5 we have RRC 3. Not sure how. It seems like all those laps behind in pause mode have been counted normally, because yeah, obviously how else would you count it that shortly after the race? So maybe there's something coming up. In P4, just shy of the podium, we have PPL. They're in 4th position. Then we have in 3rd place RC1, and that's a bit of a shame for them because they couldn't attend the first stint, so there were massive gap right from the get-go, and without that gap they would be behind a minute. So you could argue that if they could have driven that stint and increased the gap to DLL, they could have had a better chance. So really unfortunate for them. They drove really well and come back from that far, and winning 3 stints overall is really impressive. So I'm sorry for that, because it's mostly of a technical reason that the number is as big as it is. But RC drove really well with all teams. Congratulations to them. In 2nd position is COC. The gap is stated with more than 5 minutes because stint 2 was really slow. They had 4.5 minutes only in that stint. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong line. It's not 3 minutes, 5 minutes, did I say? It's 75 seconds, so 75 seconds, that's a minute 15, that's really close after such a long time. 24 hours, and DLL 1, Group 1. Now I'll give you the run-up for Group 3. We have RLO in last position. Mostly because they didn't join the last stint, and yeah, as I said many times before, they jumped in at the last second, couldn't really practice a lot, and that showed. But at the same time, they showed great potential, and I hope for the next race they can develop that. Then in fourth position is Maxim Motorsport. Also, the large gap is due to not attending the last stint. In third position, it is RRC with their second team, the 999, in third position. And then we have in second position COC. They are in second position by round about 2 minutes, and in first position is DLL. So that's the run-up. We'll post the final standings in Discord and later in on our Twitter. And then it's yeah, busy days for all the stewards, having to look into that race and see what went wrong and how to handle things. We don't have a long break though. On 13th November is the next race. It's the Formula One race. We haven't decided yet which track we are going to race on. Right now it is Imola and Portimao that are the favorites. If you're interested, you can join the Discord and vote. But we're going to have a 6-hour race soon. And for Gran Turismo, the next date is 4th of December. December 4th, we're racing a 9-hour, probably multi-class race with Group 3 and 4 at Barcelona with a special twist. So I hope to see you all then. Thank you for joining. It's been a long race. You kept the chat active. I appreciate it very much. And thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it. See you soon.